Good evening. I'd like to call the Committee of the Whole for Wednesday, January 19th, 2022 to order. First off, are there any disclosures of interest? Seeing none, before we begin, I have a couple of announcements. We would like to take a moment on behalf of Council and town staff to express our deepest sympathy for the recent passing of Adam June, the town's previous economic development officer. Adam started with the town in 2020 and in his short time with us had a tremendously positive impact on the business community. From helping business owners connect with appropriate government agencies and programs collaborating with Niagara Region to attract new foreign business development and initiating the town's first business retention and expansion initiative, Adam's passion for economic development shone through in everything he did. We would like to extend our thoughts and prayers to his wife, Samantha, and the rest of his friends and family who will miss him dearly. Also, on behalf of Council, I would like to extend a sincere thank you to town staff who helped keep Grimsby residents safe during Monday's snowstorm. Operation staff began snow removal at 4 a.m. and worked around the clock to ensure our community streets were cleared and safe. Responding to extreme weather conditions in a timely manner is essential in ensuring that emergency services can operate and residents can drive safely. I am very proud of the efficient response by staff and thank them for the dedication to the Grimsby community. Now we move to approval of the agenda, and we have an extra delegation. There was a late submission by Christina Krasiniak. And
yeah. Mayor Jordan, I'd like to move that we add her to the agenda.
All right. And we need a seconder. Councillor Bain. Moved by Councillor Sharp, second by Councillor Bain. Resolved that committee include the delegation from Christina Krasiniak on the January 17th, 2022 Committee of the Whole. January 19th, 2022 Committee of the Whole. Snowstorm caused that. All in favor? That's carried.
My apologies, Mayor Jordan. I was having some technical difficulties. I got my sound working and my video working. Thanks.
Oh, great. Thank you, Councillor Sharp.
Mayor Jordan, may I speak?
Yes, Councillor Cadwell.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I just wanted to express my condolences too with the loss of our economic development officer, Adam. Adam made a very big impression in a very short period of time on many businesses in the business community in Grimsby. And also, I know he made a huge impression working with the staff at Town Hall too. So as chair of GDAC, I'm sure I'm speaking on behalf of the members of GDAC to our sincere condolences. It's just such a huge loss. So thank you for the opportunity.
Now we need a mover and seconder for approval of the agenda as amended. Councillor Bothwell and Councillor Sharp. Moved by Councillor Bothwell, second by Councillor Sharp. Resolved that the agenda for the January 19th, 2022 Committee of the Whole meeting be approved as amended. All in favor? That's carried. Now we move to number 4, Council Endorsement Package, Heritage Grimsby Advisory Committee meeting, January 11th, 2022. Need a mover and seconder. Oh, Councillor Dunsley, you have questions or comments?
Yes, if we approve this, is there discussion or are we just moving on? I do want to speak on a specific matter in that endorsement package pertaining to a letter that we received from a developer's lawyer. So
well, let's get a mover and seconder to get it on the floor for discussion.
Okay. That's what I was asking.
All right. Did you want to move it?
Sure, I'll move it. Yep.
And a seconder. We have Councillor Bothwell. Councillor Dunstall for discussion.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. It was the section item number 3, the heritage permit, and it was item number 17, I believe. It's not numbered in the endorsement package, but there was 18 items in the report that staff had presented that was required of the developer, and they've sent a letter asking for the wording to be changed on item number 17. So my question is to staff, is there an issue with the way the committee had presented it? It has to do with the sight lines at the intersection pertaining to the property, or as some of us in the committee refer to as vistas. And there was one specific vista that was in discussion because it's blocked. That's the westbound Main Street direction, where if you're coming from the east heading west, the condominium complex, when built, will block the view of the house. And so I think that the developer wants to be more specific. We're more general in it. It just says the greatest extent possible. I guess they have some concerns because it was discussed at the committee level that maybe the building would be pushed back so that vista would be opened up, and they had some concerns because that's where the commercial element would be in the building. And if it's not close enough to the street, then it detracts from the possibility of having commercial there. So again, my question is there issues that staff have with the way it's worded? Do we need to look at what the developer has asked through his lawyer to change the wording or not? So I'm reaching out to staff.
Antonetta?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Dunstall, I think you summarized that nicely. There's this fine balance between wanting to maintain all the views, but then also knowing that any development there would need to be successful, have mixed use and have commercial at the base. For commercial to be successful, it should be as close as Main Street as possible. So I think what we uncovered through discussion with the committee and their heritage consultant was that really, in essence, all 4 views are preserved to the house. The greatest views will be available from Main and Nell's intersection. However, as you're approaching westwardly, so coming from Cole sort of to the direction of this property, once you get past a certain point of whatever new construction is there, you will also have views to the home. The concern from both their heritage consultant and the developer is that the wording was a little too general and could be interpreted in a number of ways. So as staff, we've prepared some alternatives if council wants to consider that, but those are generally the issues. They find the wording to be a little too open-ended, and is there an opportunity to streamline that a little bit, to talk specifically about views? I want to emphasize, in the way it's currently submitted, the house will have views from different various degrees of closeness to it, but views will be unimpeded all around the house in terms that there will be nothing attached to the house and the house will be staying in situ. And that context of it being in situ is important, but it also leaves the house set back significantly from the road.
Thank you.
Thank you, Antonetta. Councillor Bothwell?
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. And staff did comment on this at our committee meeting, and there was quite a number of committee members who did express that they wish to maintain the language in the recommendation, and they gave explanations such as well. One member did mention that the setbacks were very important, and that the vista to the home from all areas, especially coming from the east traveling west, was just as important. Actually, the heritage impact assessment and the addendum by the Leah Wallace also noted very clearly that it is the gateway to the Main Street East cultural heritage landscape and the Main Street East district, and it marks the boundary as a gateway. So it is a key element of our Main Street heritage and the cultural heritage landscapes that it borders. So to block it in any way would be detrimental to that, to the stature that it has in its placement on that corner. It isn't meant to mold or merge into the new development areas and into the plaza areas to the end. It's meant to stand gracefully as a gateway to our significant heritage cultural landscapes. It also, in the heritage impact assessment, it also noted, because part of the criteria that Leah Wallace had to do was how it met the requirements there for a number of things. And one of them was she recommended that a shadow study was recommended, but which was not done because she wanted to ensure the new building will not create shadows that will also alter the appearance. So anything, she was looking in her own peer review of anything to maintain the stature of the building and its placement on the property. Another point in her review was that significant views or vistas should be made that direct or indirect obstruction of significant views or vistas within or from or of the built features was an area that she had to address. And she did note that views will be blocked from Main Street looking to the west when the condos are constructed. That was a concern raised in her report as well. So the committee did thoroughly think about what, there was a number of speakers on that. Staff spoke extensively on it, and committee spoke extensively on how they wish to have that wording on item 17, and they retained the wording to say the greatest extent possible for the vistas. And it was because of a lot of those markers within the heritage impact assessment as well. So I would strongly recommend that council do not change the recommendations of the Heritage Committee. There was a lot of thought put into it with respect to the permit, and also that the committee noted that there was not the massing and the build of the building was not necessarily supported at the height and density proposed. And that's why the wording in 17 and 18 says that any new construction be designed and that any new building will be constructed with compatible, distinguishable, and subordinate materials. The language was clearly put to say any new building, not that necessarily that it supported the building as it was presented with the permit. So just want to make those clear, and I would hope that council would consider that the committee did do its due diligence in considering the recommendations both from staff and from the developer on this point. Thank you.
Councillor Vardy.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I guess, Antonetta, when you said for any mixed use building, I'm assuming you're not referring to the zoning, because that's zoned neighborhood commercial. So I hope you're not preempting any discussion about what the zoning is. I just wanted to make that point. The other thing I just want to draw people's attention to, where it says to the greatest extent possible, is this to favor the existing heritage building, or to favor what the developer plans to put on the site? So I think it really makes a difference in interpretation, and I'm hoping the interpretation is to favor the existing heritage building, because that's what we need to be protected. And it's not just the building. I mean, a building sits on a site, and the site situation is also very important, which includes how deep the setbacks are. That's part of the heritage look and feel of what we have in the town of Grimsby. So I think it's important that we maintain those setbacks. So I just wanted to make those points. So I think that the committee has done its work. We should respect the committee and just leave it alone. Thank you.
Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Thank you for allowing me to speak again. I would like to say that we had quite a discussion on the home, or the house. It's not a home at this point in time because it's vacant. And we talked about the risk factor and how long this house has already sat empty, which I believe is about 11 years. And it was mothballed in 2018. So it's been sealed up, and there's signs of mold. There's been many illegal entries by probably individuals that shouldn't be in there. There's a threat to the house. And so the Heritage Committee, in all good conscience, is concerned about the house. But if the developer isn't allowed to do some of the suggestions he's made with that development, as having the building close to the street for the commercial component, he might not go ahead, and then we don't get the house restored. It's a beautiful home. Once it's restored, he's going to spend, we heard, $2 to $3 million on restoring the house. He's not just doing this out of the goodness of his heart. He is a developer, and he has to make a profit. And I sure would like to see some commercial component along that Main Street East, but with the fact that we have our hospital being rebuilt, we hope to see that shovel in the ground this year. So this all plays a part of it. And I take exception to the fact that the building blocks the vista. It shortens the vista. There's still a vista there, as our director of planning has told us. It's just not as far back as you might want to have it when you're coming from the east heading west. But as we said, the gateway, usually you enter a gateway, and that would be coming from the west heading east. And you have a perfect vista of that home, and it would look gorgeous restored. And our developer is also allowing a not-for-profit in there, and allowing the town to have a portion of the building once it's restored. So it would be a great asset to this community. And if we get stuck up on a bit of wording, I think we could get ourselves into some hot water. So I would ask the director of planning again what wording that she might suggest, since she said you have some options, and maybe we could meet middle road here between what the committee had suggested and what the developer has offered to us in this document that he sent to us. So I would ask the director if she might allude to some of the wording that she might suggest. Thank you.
Antonetta?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Bianca and I worked on two options earlier today in anticipation of something coming forward and trying to find a middle ground. And these are, two options that we've created. One option could be that the new construction be designed and positioned on the lot to preserve the integrity of the home and maintain sightlines on all sides of the heritage resource as shown on the heritage permit submission, as it maintains sightlines to the home from all sides. Another option could be that the new construction be designed and positioned on the lot to preserve the integrity of the home and maintain sightlines to the heritage resource, and that the commercial use setback be taken into consideration at the southeastern portion of the lot during the urban design review panel to ensure viability of the use and to promote accessibility to the general public, so that we try and strike a balance between both.
Well, I'd like to put a motion forward that we look at number 2. I really like number 2. So if I could have put a motion on the floor that we accept that wording.
Could you screen share that so that I can read it?
I can send it to the clerk and maybe they can screen share it.
Yeah, thanks very much.
Okay.
I'll second Councillor Dunstall's motion.
Can we finish with the comments, please?
Motion's on the floor.
Yeah, there's a motion on the floor, so we're dealing with that now.
Mayor, can we separate the motions if from this, so pull this item from the other recommendations in the endorsement package and vote separately?
Yeah, I believe this is considered a separate motion right now.
I'd like
So
to
it is-
separate them all, please.
All 17?
Oh, she said about the endorsement package. So are we not talking about the whole endorsement package? 1, 2, 3, and 4?
We're talking about item number 3 in this resolution.
Right? We don't have number 17 on there.
Yeah.
The
that's what
second
I'm
last
trying to do,
paragraph,
so-
number 17. It's not numbered, but the last one's 18 and the second last one's 17. Just FYI.
Right. Yeah, moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Bain. Resolved that the CEP item number 3 be amended to read that any construction be designed and positioned on the lot to preserve the integrity of the home and maintain sightlines to the heritage resource, and that the commercial use setback be taken into consideration at the southeastern portion of the lot during the urban design review panel to ensure the viability of the use and promote accessibility to the general public.
Recorded vote, please.
Can we have discussion on this before we vote?
Yep. Councillor Cadwell?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I did attend the last meeting and listened to a lot of things during that meeting. And I've just taken a little bit of a sightline, different approach, just from my own personal thoughts here. There's a stoplight right there at Nellis and Regional 81. So there's 4 corners to the stoplight. So 3 of the 4 corners, you have a very good view of the property of the home. So again, just with the development possibilities of the commercial being closer to the road, which is good for businesses too, especially with again with the stoplight being there and that. So yeah, I don't see a big issue with the development personally on that because it's not like again it's being showcased at least three out of 4 points of sightline approaches. So that's all I have to say for now. Thank you.
Councillor Vardy?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I have a couple of issues with this. First of all, I listened to the committee discussion, all 4.5 hours of it. And I don't think it's appropriate for us to be overriding the committee when they had such significant discussion about this. And I guess I take exception to Councillor Stoll's remarks in that he's a member of the committee, and it seems like, well, you know, if I don't get what I want at the committee level, I'll just try to change it here. And, you know, where I'm very uncomfortable, based on what Councillor Dunstall has said, and it seems like if we don't give the developer what he's asking for, then he may not support the building. And our goal is to have the building supported. Well, when the developer bought the property, he knew full well it was a heritage building. It wasn't a secret. Didn't get dropped on him by surprise. And when you buy a heritage building, or any building for that matter, it comes with a certain responsibilities and obligations that you have to maintain your property, or you get fined, or and you get ordered to bring it back into a proper state. We do this all the time in Grimsby. So to say that, well, if we don't give the developer what he wants, then they'll just neglect the building. If the developer doesn't get what they want, then the developer has the option to sell the property to someone that will respect that fact that it's a heritage property, and it comes with a certain history that you want to maintain, and it's something that the community feels very strongly about it. And I know there are developers who are already operating in this community that take that attitude towards what they're building in Grimsby. So on several levels, I'm really uncomfortable, I guess, with the arguments that Councillor Dunstall's put forward, and I'm uncomfortable with this motion. I think we should respect what the committee has recommended, because there was considerable discussion about it, and then there was a vote. And as I've heard so many times with my colleagues, that's democracy. So I'll leave it there.
Councillor Sharp.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Jordan. So I just have, I'm noticing that the difference between this and the original amendment is the original one said maintain sightlines to the greatest extent possible, and this one says maintain to the greatest extent possible, taking into consideration for the commercial component. And I might be kind of generalizing, but I wonder if someone could explain the definition of to the greatest extent possible, and then I know that's fairly general, and then are more specific to the greatest extent possible, giving consideration to the commercial component.
Antonetta.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think that is the very sort of thing that we're hearing about the original motion, is that the greatest extent possible is a little too general and too vague and would be hard to follow through on. So I think it's the one that is before council now, it doesn't say to the greatest extent possible, it says maintain sight lines to the heritage resource, and that the commercial use setback be taken into consideration when we go and do the urban design review panel.
Okay, so just to follow up on that, I wonder if maybe someone who's on the Heritage Committee could explain what is the definition of greatest extent possible, and how does that differ from the motion as presented? Sorry, I don't mean to make you prove a negative, but if someone could explain that to me, I would appreciate it.
Councillor Bothwell.
I don't think I can explain it any further than staff did, which they explained the same thing to the committee basically at our meeting. I'm not in a position to interpret what greatest extent possible means, but I do know what the committee's understanding of that and interpretation of that was. And that is that the vistas should be maintained both traveling from the east to the west and the west to the east, considering the stature of the property as the gateway to the Main Street East Cultural Heritage Landscape and the Queen's Lawn Cultural Heritage Landscapes, both of those, and that it needed to be protected, traveling west especially, and that this, because the heritage impact assessment and the house is now remaining in situ, significantly was put in place to consider the setbacks, so that not moving the house and keeping the house in situ was to retain the significant setback of the house and the prevalence of it within the landscape. So that was so important to do that it also would coincide with allowing that that vista to be maintained for that setback, because that setback is so critical to the placing of the home on the lot. So whatever development is placed on that lot should also respect that setback, and the heritage impact assessment was a critical element of the house remaining in situ. So all I can say is, by greatest extent possible, the committee said that setback is so vital, and it is going to be blocked, as a heritage impact assessment says. It's going to be blocked if they build to the street on the east side of the building. And that was something that the Heritage Impact Assessment said we need to consider. It is going to shadow the home. It's going to cause a detrimental impact to it. So the committee did say it is vital that we maintain as much of the setback as we can on any new development, and we maintain the vistas from the east to the west and the west to the east on that gateway property. That's significant heritage property on the corner. So I'll just leave it at that. Thank
Okay,
you.
thanks, Counselor. If you can't interpret it, then who can interpret it, and how will the developer interpret it? And should we give them some direction is the question. And I think that maybe you'd be open to telling us the direction that we should give to the developer that's more specific. Because like you said, it's difficult to interpret. You can't interpret it. The developer has sent a letter saying that they want some definition, and they're looking for an amendment. And I really don't understand the greatest extent possible. Does that mean something about the building? Will the building have to be something? Like, is there some other goal to this wording, or is this, what's the end game? And then maybe we should define it that way. And I think this is fairly vague, and so we should give it some definition. I'm sorry to ask you to respond again, but maybe could you give us some opinion in that direction?
Are you talking to Councillor Bothwell or Antonetta?
Or anyone from the committee, whoever. I don't know exactly where this greatest extent possible comes from, and I guess I'm looking for some definition on it. Councillor Bothwell said that she couldn't interpret it.
It originally came, sorry, Councillor Sharp, the wording originally was a recommendation from staff to our committee. That was actually staff's recommendation of the wording to our committee, which the committee felt was the strongest wording we could to protect the heritage resource. It originally was written by planning staff. So we accepted that. We did not accept the developer's change to that interpretation. Thank you.
So what does it mean? What does it mean to the greatest extent possible?
Antonetta?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I think, again, that's why we're here. So upon review and when we spoke, at the committee, it became clear that that could be more specific. And we stand by, always trying to improve views to a heritage building. That said, it is vague. And if there is a way that we can all mutually agree to come to something that is a little bit more specific, I think it's in everyone's best interest. Easier for us to uphold and make sure that the developer upholds as a community. But also we wanted to take Joanna, their legal representative, the letter that we got and their concern. So trying to, I think, preserve the intent of the committee, which is that the views to the heritage building be maintained. And for all intents and purposes, they are maintained because the building is not being touched by any other building. But like Councillor Dunstall explained, they're being shortened from one perspective. The balance remain very much intact and not impeded. So I think we recognize as staff that with the greatest extent possible, there's room for interpretation. And that's why we also made mention many times at the committee that we could leave it up to the urban design review panel to see what could be figured out then. Could it be that a portion of the building of any new construction is glass, so not to impede those views? Could it be that it's angled at a 45 to help open up the vistas? And so one of the recommendations to the motion that we put forward was that we leave it up to the professionals during the urban design review panel. That too might be a little vague. I mean, it's not a science to get this right and to get it perfect, but we do see their point that it is vague and it could benefit from some clarity. We also understood that commercial uses as permitted there in order to be successful need to be up against the street to the greatest extent possible, but I stopped myself, up against the street as much as they can to allow for that community interface. So we're trying to strike a balance between maintaining the views to the home, and we think there are significant views to the home being maintained through this proposal, and also acknowledging that if commercial's on the site, in order for it to be successful, it has to be closer to the street. So that's where we came up with sort of some revised wording and eliminated to the greatest extent possible, because with what's currently in front of us, there are already very significant views to the home being preserved, and the home is visible to the public on all four sides. It's just shortened from one angle and perspective as you approach. I don't know what else I could say. If there's another more specific question, I'd do my best to answer that, but that's the intent.
Thank you, Antonetta. Councillor Vane.
Thank you. I'm going to support this motion that's on the floor. In regards to some other thoughts on this matter, this developer has gone to a great deal of effort to work with us and to make this possible, and has offered to spend millions of dollars to refurbish this home. He's trying to protect it, all this other stuff. And yet we continually go after him, and that's not something I appreciate. But when we compare it to another development down at Elman Mountain, where they're proposing 7 stories, there'll be hardly any views of that heritage building. I haven't heard anybody raise any concerns on that one. As far as the recommendation from the advisory committee, I take that the same as I would take recommendations from staff. It's not something we have to go by. It's not something we listen by. They're not experts. We all have passion for different things, and we all do them. So I think we need to just move on. We're dragging too many things out. And I realize there's a sort of an anti-developer attitude in some areas, and that's fine. That's whatever. Everybody's, and I'm not pro-developer or anti-developer. I want what's the best for Grimsby. I think we've got a great view of this home. The developer's going to go to great lengths to restore it. And I think we need to move on. So I think the motion that's on the floor is a perfect compromise. Thank you, Antonetta. And I'm sure the community and the developer alike will be happy with it. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think I'm speaking on this now for the 3rd time. A couple of things. That's why the motion is on the floor, because the developer has sent us a 2nd letter since the Heritage Committee meeting of January the 10th, and it's dated January the 14th. So he's reiterated that he has concerns with the wording, greatest extent possible, and none of us here can really define it. In other words, it's very vague, and he has some concerns that it's not specific enough, and it might impact the construction of his building. So I understand that. And may I say too, from some of the comments that my colleague, Councillor Vardy, suggested, that when a heritage building starts to deteriorate, we just go and make sure that somebody fixes it up to what it was before. And may I suggest that the previous council of this town brought in a property standards order, and if I'm incorrect, Director of Planning, please correct me, but brought in a property standards order against the previous developer that previously owned the house. And I said it's been left empty for 11 years. And I reiterate that because there's a high risk that the house could be vandalized and damaged beyond repair. And I'm very concerned about that. But that being that, I think the property standard order we brought against that previous developer was the first one in Ontario. So this isn't something that is commonly done, where a town or a municipality chases after an owner of a dilapidated building or a heritage building that has been left to go to ruin. We called it demolition by neglect on the previous council because the previous developer had neglected it. And when we brought the property standards order forward, he went and sold it to the current developer, who has now mothballed it, and it is in much better condition than it was before. So here we are on touching on some technicalities that could drag on and on and on, when we have a great opportunity to see this beautiful home restored in our community shortly, if we get our act together. And I think we should go ahead with the motion that's on the floor. I put it there. Our Director of Planning worded it for us. It's a good compromise, and I'd like to see that happen. I'd like to call the question too.
Question has been called. It was a recorded vote, I believe.
Mr.
But we
Mayor,
have to vote for that, don't we?
excuse me, Mr. Mayor.
Recording vote.
Councillor Dunstall was given an opportunity for a third round.
Point of order.
Um,
Question.
I
No,
was the only person.
Councillor Vardy, the question has been called. Yeah. Who was it? We need a seconder, yes. Seconder for calling the question, was that Councillor Bain? All right. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Bain. Resolved that the question be called in regards to the amendment for the CEP item number 3. Recorded vote.
Counselor Bothwell,
No.
Counselor Dunstall,
Yes.
Counselor Frake,
No.
Counselor Cadwell,
Yes.
Counselor Ritchie,
Yes.
Counselor Sharp,
No.
Counselor Vane,
Yes.
Counselor Vardy,
No,
Mayor Jordan,
No.
that's defeated.
Councillor Vardy, you were next up. Go ahead.
I have no further comment.
Now I'll read the resolution. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Bain. Resolved that the CEP item number 3 be amended to read that any construction be designed and positioned on the lot to preserve the integrity of the home and maintain sightlines to the heritage resource, and that the commercial use setback be taken into consideration at the southeastern portion of the lot during the urban design review panel to ensure the viability of the use and promote accessibility to the general public. Recorded vote has been requested by Councillor Bothwell.
Counselor Bothwell,
No.
Counselor Dunstall,
Yes.
Counselor Frake,
No.
Counselor Cadwell,
Yes.
Counselor Ritchie,
Yes.
Counselor Sharp,
Yes.
Counselor Vane,
Yes.
Counselor Vardy,
No,
Mayor Jordan,
No.
that's carried.
All right, moving to adoption of the previous minutes.
You're gonna pass on the CEP items. It was like.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah.
Thanks. Now we need to move or pass the rest of the our CEP item number 1 from the Heritage Advisory Committee. Councillor Ritchie.
Yeah, I would like to, are we gonna go do these all in order, 1, 2, 3, and 4? I'd like to talk about one of the items here.
Yeah,
Do you have an order? Are
we're,
we gonna-
we're discussing number 1 right now.
Okay, that's fine right now. Thank you.
Need a mover and seconder if there's no discussion on number 1. Moved by Councillor Vane. Seconder. We have a seconder. Councillor Bothwell. Moved by Councillor Vane, second by Councillor Bothwell. Resolved that the Heritage Grimsby Advisory Committee CEP item number 1 be approved. All in favor? All right, I'll call for a recorded vote. I can't see the hand, so.
Counselor Bothwell,
Can I just clarify with you, clerk, if I can vote on this considering I'm being appointed?
yes, I think you should be able to vote. Yeah.
Okay, then I'm a yes.
Counselor Dunstall,
I'm a no.
Counselor Frake,
Yes.
Counselor Cadwell,
No.
Counselor Ritchie,
No.
Counselor Sharp,
Yes.
Counselor Vane,
No.
Counselor Vardy,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
that's carried.
All right, now we're talking about Heritage Advisory Committee CEP item number 2. I need a mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Bain. Seconder, Councillor Bothwell. Any discussion? Seeing none, moved by Councillor Bain, second by Councillor Bothwell. Resolved that the Heritage Grimsby Advisory Committee CEP item number 2 be approved. Recorded vote.
Counselor Bothwell,
Yes.
Counselor Dunstall,
Yes.
Counselor Frake,
Yes.
Counselor Cadwell,
Yes.
Counselor Ritchie,
Yes.
Counselor Sharp,
Yes.
Counselor Vane,
Yes.
Counselor Vardy,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
that's carried.
All right, now we're moving to Heritage Committee item CEP number 3, approved as amended. Need a mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Dunstall. Seconder. Councillor Vane. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Vane. Resolved that the Heritage Grimsby Advisory Committee CEP item number 3 be approved as amended. Recorded vote.
Counselor Bothwell,
No.
Counselor Dunstall,
Yes.
Counselor Frake,
No.
Counselor Cadwell,
Yes.
Counselor Ritchie,
Yes.
Counselor Sharp,
Yes.
Counselor Vane,
Yes.
Counselor Vardy,
No.
Mayor Jordan,
No.
that's carried.
All right. We need a mover and seconder for Heritage Advisory Committee CEP item number 4. Councillor Ritchie, you,
Yeah, I'd like to make amendment on this, please. Like put a motion.
all right?
Resolve
Yeah,
that the verbal.
let's get a mover and seconder. I'll have you
Sure,
as the
I'll move it.
mover.
Yep.
And Councillor Vane, I saw your hand up. So. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Vane. Councillor Ritchie has asked for an amendment.
I'd like to put on the floor that resolve that the verbal update regarding Main Street East be received and that Pamela Evans be appointed to the Heritage Conservation District Studies Stakeholder Group Representative for the Heritage Grimsby Advisory Committee.
I'll second that.
All right, we have the amended resolution. I will read it. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Vane. Resolved that the Heritage Grimsby Advisory Committee CEP item number 4 be amended to read, resolved that the verbal update regarding Main Street East be received and that Pamela Evans be appointed to the Heritage Conservation District Study Stakeholder Group representative for Heritage Grimsby Advisory Committee. Recorded vote. Oh, sorry, discussion. Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I think it's important that we recognize that Pamela Evans was a vocal opponent to the Main Street East Heritage Study, and the Heritage Conservation District for Main Street East spoke to council on a number of occasions against it, and her position was made very clear against it. I think that it's important that we have a balanced approach to that perspective, and that Olia brings that as well, being also living in a heritage home on Main Street. And I think that it would be detrimental to have a member on the committee, on the stakeholder committee, that is in direct opposition to the work that's being performed. So I don't support the amendment. I think it's, if the committee, she put her name forward, there were 2 names put forward, rather than have a vote at committee and to remove one, we asked staff if 2 could be permitted to participate, and we were given the okay that 2 could. And that was, in my opinion, balancing the perspective of Pamela Evans, which is against the study, and an HCD district for Main Street East, as well as another representative from our committee. So I think it's really important that we keep both members, and I won't support this amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Vardy.
Thank you. I think Councillor Bothwell sort of stole my thunder. I share all the same concerns that Councillor Bothwell has raised. And I think in order to have a balanced view, we do need to have the 2 members who put their names forward. I am quite concerned that about Councillor Ritchie's motion trying to eliminate a member, a very active member of the Grimsby Heritage Committee who's been there from the very start. So any case, I mean, I'm in complete agreement with Councillor Bothwell, and I think it would be detrimental if we were to the process, if we were to pass Councillor Ritchie's motion. Thank you.
Councillor Frank.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I'd like to echo both Councillor Bothwell and Councillor Vardy's thoughts. I think that it's, the committee has already met and apparently had some discussion around this and decided by a majority vote that these two people should represent the committee. And I don't know what Councillor Ritchie's motives are for wanting to eliminate any one of them, for that matter. I just don't get it. There's no reasoning behind it that I'm aware of. So I think it would be remiss of us to just go along with his revision to this particular motion, because I think that Olia has got some superb experience, been around a long time on this committee and proven her worth, takes her time out to do this. She doesn't get paid for it. And I think that we should allow her to be representative. I support this revised motion. I think it's very, very, there's some vindictiveness in there somewhere, which I don't understand. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Vane.
I got to start off by saying I'm really disappointed in my councillor friends, mates here. This is not a personal thing. But when Councillor Bothwell started off with Patricia, I think the lady's name is, I can't remember the name. She's against this, so we got to have somebody to balance her. Well, she's part of the committee. We can't sit here and pick and choose people that will support our position. This is an advisory committee, and it comes to council. Everything's supposed to come to council. We were elected to represent the people, not to attack each other, not to pick and choose who we want. I have no problem with Councillor Ritchie's thing. And from Pamela, from what I know of Pamela, and I don't know that much about many of the members, some of them I've seen them in action, but I do understand that Pamela has quite the resume when it comes to heritage, is my understanding. I could be wrong on that, but I'm going to fully support this. I think Councillor Ritchie's okay with it. I mean, other members, and I'm not going to sit here and pick on members and stuff or other councillors. I'm just going to say I think that the motion has no problem, and it sounds like some of us are just trying to pick and choose, so we get somebody who supports what we want. I disagree with that. That's not the way we should be doing things, I think. Anyways, thank you.
Just a point of clarification, we did pick 2 members, and now we're picking and choosing to eliminate one of those members and pick the other one. So, Councillor Dunstall.
There, not to dispute or debate with you, I just wanted to point out that this is an advisory committee. We are the council elected by all the people. Thousands of people voted for us to represent their views. These people are on a committee, an advisory committee. So again, I'm going to stick with the fact that council gets the final say. Thank you.
Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I just have a question about this working group. Who is the staff person that will work with this working group that's going to be working on this working group? Could the Director of Planning tell me who that individual is?
Antoinette?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Jordan, the intention is that Bianca lead this as the project manager.
Well, I think we're walking a pretty thin line. All I can say is I support what Councillor Ritchie has put forward. And I think if we have any further discussion, we better go into closed session because we're walking a thin line. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Ritchie?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I hear the comments from other councillors trying to speak that I'm being vindictive and all the rest, but I too watched the 5-hour-long Heritage meeting, and it was not very nice to watch. And so I am doing something here that I believe is the right thing to do, and that's why it is. It has nothing to do about being vindictive, but I encourage all my councillors to watch that meeting, as I encourage the public to watch that meeting. Thank you.
Councillor Cadwell.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jordan. Again, I attended the meeting, watched it. Wow, that's all I'm going to say for now. So what my question is, part of the meeting, there was, again, I apologize if I'm not 100% correct on this, but there was a recommendation for working groups. And I'm just curious to know what members voted against having working groups. Maybe the chair can refresh my memory on that one.
Councillor Bothwell, did you want to comment? It's up to you.
Point of order, Mayor Jordan. I'd like to keep on topic. The working groups comes up in minutes, which I'll be lifting the next portion of the meeting.
All right.
Okay, I'm
Councillor-
fine with it too. But I just thought about, I think I remember.
Councillor
who voted.
Vardy?
Thank you. I guess I, through you, Mr. Mayor, need to put this out to my fellow councillors. Why would any of you think it's prudent to have the only representative from the Heritage Committee to a heritage study be the person who was against the heritage study in the first place? I mean, this does not make any sense whatsoever. If you want to take this offline, we can take it offline, but what's being suggested here makes absolutely no sense. So I'm at a loss, as I often am, with 5 certain councillors, and or four and 5, let's say. I'll give Councillor Sharp a break. But this makes no sense whatsoever. So, I don't believe my colleagues are being transparent here. And I don't think that this motion is doing what's in the best interest of the community.
Councillor Cadwell.
Thank you, Mayor. My question is to, again, that was brought up by the chair, Councillor Bothwell, that she's against the heritage study. Which study was it? Was it the one that she proposed, Councillor Bothwell? Is that the one that the committee member was against? clarification on that. The first study that we all had to listen to.
Counselor Vane?
Do I get a response, Mayor?
Counselor Bothwell, I don't know if you want to respond or,
I take
Which
offense-
study?
I take offense to that attack.
And I'm asking a question. I'm just asking a question. Which
Point of
study?
order, Mr. Mayor. I believe Councillor Cadwell is being rude and should change his tone.
And I think it's not relevant to the discussion at hand. And I think that
I'll give it that. It's not relevant. We're moving to Counselor Vane now.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to raise one point here. There's a lot of personal attacks going back and forth here, and I see you've jumped on Councillor Cadwell and let Councillor Vardy get away with quite a bit. I would ask that you caution Councillor Vardy as well. Like these attacks have got to stop. And I mean, I'm willing to take over the meeting and share it, but I mean, it's just they've got to stop. We can't allow attacks on each other. I realize you have your personal, and that's your choice, and I'm not going to get into it with you. All I'm saying is we've got to stop these attacks. So when councillors start naming other councillors and start saying other things, and Councillor Vardy goes on about 5, I could say more. Like I've said before in the past, there's 4 members of council that vote 95% of the time together. The 5, as they call them, which is a name picked by somebody, only vote 65% of the time together. So, let's stop these attacks. No wonder everybody thinks this council's a joke. This has got to stop.
I'll agree with you, Counselor Vane. Counselor Ritchie.
Thank you.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. Yes, I'd like to point out too that Councillor Bothwell is the one that said that a certain member is against the study. Does she like to retract that statement? How does she, if she knows what that individual says or thinks, then we deserve an explanation. When she said straight out that one of these members was against the study, the information that I'm getting is not that they're against the study in any which way. They're against the lack of transparency in the previous Heritage Cultural District that was brought forward by Councillor Bothwell.
Counselor Bothwell, I see your hands raised.
I would just refer councillors to go back to the delegations that Ms. Evans participated in and her verbal statements at those meetings with respect to a study or a district. I'll leave it at that. I think her vocal opposition to it was strong. It does not preclude her from being a participant on this working group, and the committee, not me, recommended both Pamela and Olia to be representatives on the stakeholder committee, considering whatever their views are. And I respected that decision of the committee. Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, moved by Counselor Ritchie, second by Counselor Vane, resolved that the Heritage Grimsby Advisory Committee CE Plan, item number 4, be amended to read, resolved that the verbal update regarding Main Street East be received and that Pamela Evans be appointed as the Heritage Conservation District Study Stakeholder Group representative for Heritage Grimsby Advisory Committee. Recorded vote.
Counselor Bothwell,
No.
Counselor Dunstall,
Yes.
Counselor Frake,
No.
Counselor Cadwell,
Yes.
Counselor Ritchie,
Yes.
Counselor Sharp,
Yes.
Counselor Vane,
Yes.
Counselor Vardy,
Absolutely not.
Mayor Jordan.
No.
That's carried.
Moved by Counselor Ritchie, second by Counselor Vane, resolved that the Heritage Grimsby Advisory Committee CEP item number 4 be approved as amended. Recorded vote.
Counselor Bothwell, Counselor Dunstall,
Yes.
Counselor Frake,
No.
Counselor Cadwell,
Yes.
Counselor Ritchie,
Yes.
Counselor Sharp, Counselor Sharp,
He was having communication issues earlier. He might be trying to call in.
okay, Counselor Vane,
Yes.
Counselor Vardy,
No.
Mayor Jordan,
No.
Point of clarity?
Yes, Counselor Ritchie?
I'm just curious as to why we're voting on exactly what we just voted on.
Counselor Sharp is back.
so
I am
that,
back. Sorry about that. I had a power down on my computer. That was quick though. Thanks.
sorry, we voted on an amendment and now we're voting to approve the Heritage CP, the actual CP for that item.
Thank you.
So Counselor Sharp? To approve
My
CP
apologies.
item number,
Could you repeat the motion? Sorry, my computer like lost power. I had to plug back in.
yes, so the motion was to resolve that the Heritage Grimsby Advisory Committee CP item number 4 be approved as amended.
Didn't we just vote on that?
No, we voted on the amendment, now we're voting to approve the CP.
Yes.
That's carried.
All right, now we're moving to number 5, adoption of previous minutes. Need a mover and seconder. Counselor Ritchie, you'd like to, let's get a mover and seconder and then we'll start the discussion. Moved by Counselor Ritchie. Second by Counselor Dunstall. Counselor Ritchie. Counselor Ritchie, I think you're muted.
Thank you. I'd like to lift 5E, the Heritage Grimsby Advisory Committee meeting minutes, January 11th, 2022, specifically 13A. I'd like to discuss that, please. It's business working groups.
Counselor Dunstall, you have your hand raised as well.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was just wondering if we could lift the DIA minutes. I just had something quick that I wanted to say.
Which DIA minute, December 1st or January 27th?
Yeah, December 1st.
Okay. All right, we have a mover and seconder to pass the non-lifted portion of the previous minutes. So moved by Counselor Ritchie, second by Counselor Dunstall. Resolved that the Grimsby Green Committee minutes of November 24th, 2021, DIA meeting minutes of January 27th, Grimsby Public Library Board meeting minutes of December 8th, 2021, Grimsby Museum Board minutes of January 5, 2022, and Grimsby Art Gallery Board meeting minutes of January 13, 2022 be received. All in favor? That's carried. All right. Now we need a mover and seconder and a vote on whether the Heritage.
Point of order, Mayor Jordan, there's no
Yes.
vote on this. It's not a council meeting.
To that. Okay, clarification from the clerk, please.
Well, Counselor, through you, Mr. Mayor, so we did lift the minutes, but we still need to pass to lift for separate consideration on a specific resolution.
We haven't talked about any specific, we can talk about the whole minutes. We've never done this in the past. We've only done it at a council meeting.
Clerk, did you want to comment?
Counselor Ritchie, I think we have lifted as our practice to lift for separate consideration. So
So we've lifted any minutes we want to discuss at the committee of the whole, and we are able to discuss it without a vote. The only time we've ever required a vote when it goes to the minutes in regarding to council for the committee of the whole, that's already been voted on council. None of these minutes have been passed by this council and the committee of the whole or of council. So they're all open for discussion.
All right, clerk's made the decision that you can go ahead.
Thank you. So are we discussing 5E at this time then? The Heritage Advisory Committees, 13. I'd like to talk about the report, the business working group meetings. There was a vote that was held and it was a tie vote. I'd like to use Councillor Bothwell's own words of respecting the committee. So when you looked at the committee members and how they actually voted in favor of this. The votes that made this a tie was Mayor Jordan and Councillor Bothwell voted against it, and Councillor Dunstall voted for it. If you take those votes out, this actually passes 4-3. So I'd like to propose that we put this motion back in, have our council vote on it, and change this decision and respect the committee's actual decision.
Councillor Bothwell.
I'd just like the clerk to speak to the validity of the vote and that each member has the right under the terms of reference to vote and are counted accordingly, and that the procedural bylaw in the event of a tie, as in this case with all votes being taken, would stand as defeated. If she can just clarify the procedural bylaw and the interpretation of how these votes were done, and if they were done correctly, that would be.
Well, I'm not saying they weren't done correctly. They were. But I'm just saying, just taking
please don't
committee
interrupt.
members by themselves.
Richie, you're interrupting me. I'm asking the clerk to clarify if the votes were valid as taken under the procedural bylaw, and that the decision of the votes stands. Thank you.
Point of order, Mayor Jordan. I asked for a vote from this council, not to look into the past. We have it in front of us on how the recorded vote was. We don't need clarification. I'm not challenging. I'm not even challenging whether it was done properly or not. I'm not challenging that. So that's not part of this motion.
All right, let's move forward.
I have a motion on the floor, Mayor Jordan, then that we accept report HG 22-02 business working group meetings. I'd like to move that motion. And I look for a seconder.
Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Dunstall. Resolved that Heritage Grimsby Advisory Committee Resolution GH 22-15 be approved. Councillor Vardy, discussion?
Yes, thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. So when I watched the Heritage meeting last week when it took place and again today, it seems what's at issue here, why this was being proposed, was because there's, you know, a feeling by planning staff that they have too much work to do and don't have the time to do it properly. To the point where they seemed quite frayed, I'd say. I think, you know, the proposition that's on the table that would have working groups and meetings only 4 times a year would not provide the community with the transparency that's needed. Already, when these meetings are once a month, they're lasting nearly 5 hours. So it tells you that there's a lot of work to be done, and a lot of discussion, and of course preparation. So my feeling is what's really the issue here is that our planning staff are under-resourced. So I think what we need to do is to start looking at, particularly with this upcoming budget, how do we perhaps realign our resources within the municipality so that we do have enough staff to do the work. Heritage is one of our priorities. And if people are, and if planning staff are feeling the strain of the work that's required to accomplish what needs to be accomplished in this town and what our residents are expecting of us, then I think this needs to be addressed at a systemic level. Obviously, we don't have the staff to do it. And so we need to bring in more people, and maybe, you know, what we need to do, and I know it seems to be a tough one, but, you know, you realign your resources to your priorities. And that's what we need to do here. So for me, it's clear this motion is going in the wrong direction. Anything that eliminates transparency to the public about what we're doing is going in the wrong direction. Transparency was also one of our priorities. So, you know, instead of voting for this motion, why don't we ask our CAO to realign the resources within Grimsby and make sure that we have enough resources to do the priority work in this area. I think this motion is a backward step, and it's not forward thinking, and it's looking at the symptom and not addressing the problem. Thank you.
Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. And I think Councillor Vardy did speak very eloquently to what I wanted to say as well. And it was very noticeable that staff are feeling the pressures, and the committee was fully aware of that. And to me, I agree that we've got to review how the staffing and the resourcing is being done and the supports to the planning staff. The Heritage Grimsby Advisory Committee is not the only reason for the staffing pressures and the concerns that are being brought forward. So one of the things that came out of that discussion too was originally the Heritage planner mentioned that they wanted to move to this model so that staff will not be present at working group meetings so that they can focus on more pressing needs. And then that was the intention. And then the CAO interjected at our vote and said that, well, staff have to help support the working group. So they're still going to be having to be emailing and present and supporting them. And that's still going to be too difficult for them to do. So it sounded like it wouldn't matter what we voted on. The CEO was saying that they're still going to have to support us, and that's too much to do for working groups. So it kind of was a conundrum. And then I don't understand, because when planning staff, and it's great that we added 200 new properties to the register, now explaining that that's causing additional pressure on them to support those properties. Well, the Heritage Grimsby Advisory Committee did not ask staff to move forward with that. That was part of the Main Street East strategy that our director of planning used. Instead of a demolition control permit, was to just put all these properties on the register, and that didn't come with the resources to support it. But that was part of that plan to, instead of doing an HCD, well, we'll protect it with these other tools. And we're finding now those pressures are being felt. And that was not the direction of the Heritage Grimsby Advisory Committee to do. The other thing is, the director of planning just mentioned that Bianca would be taking on the project manager job, when in the original Main Street East study, there was a project manager assigned, or there was funding provided for a project manager within the original motion, and the value was increased to 170K in order to do that. So I don't understand why we would put that on a staff member who is already feeling, the workload is just already enough. So I think, again, as Councillor Vardy said, the whole resourcing of how the allocation of duties and responsibilities needs to be reviewed closely, because I don't think it was ever the intention of the Heritage Grimsby Advisory Committee to add a further burden. But transparency is important, whether we have a meeting or not. We've put them in the calendar. We look at our statutory items. We look at what we need to communicate to the public. If there isn't enough sufficient on an agenda, we'll do what we've done in previous months, and we will cancel that meeting. But we need to have them there as placeholders, so that we can actually bring up anything that is of a concern to the committee as well. So I can't support removing it and going to just four meetings a year. And again, understanding that the CAO is mentioning it's already going to cause pressure anyway with the working group. So it's not going to alleviate the problem. Thank you.
Councillor Frake.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I won't reiterate what the two councillors just said, but it's obvious that definitely our planning department is understaffed. Either are understaffed, or we just have a huge mountain of work with so many things going on in the town that's related to planning. This being one of them. The Heritage is the whole Heritage Advisory Committee. All of the programs and projects around that particular committee are huge. There a lot of them are out. A lot of them are we're trying to resolve problems that go back a long time. We really need. We cannot. Transparency came up a few times in the comments so far, but we cannot have an advisory committee of this importance that's so controversial on the one hand, but so important on the other hand, where they have so much work to do, where we only address these issues once every 3 months. It's just because the information will be outdated, not only not transparent, but the information will be outdated. So I go along with the idea we should be looking at maybe upsourcing, resourcing the planning department to accommodate whatever needs they have to resolve this problem, because we just can't let it drift. And we can't, because every time we wait 3 months, more and more work piles up. And then the next 3 months, the pile just gets keeping bigger and bigger exponentially. So I think 4 meetings a year is just not enough. We just need to find the resources to help the planning department get through this for the sake of the council and for the sake of the community. So I would definitely support something along those lines. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Sharp.
Thanks, Mayor Jordan. I just have a quick question and then some comments. So it's my understanding, and if someone can confirm, that the vote at Heritage was a tie vote. Is that so?
That's correct. And that defeated the resolution.
So half of the Heritage Committee was in favor of what Councillor Ritchie is proposing here, and half of the committee was not in favor. So this isn't like so if you understand, the committee can't decide what to do. And they're an advisory committee, but they can't decide. There was half of them said, yes, this is a great idea, or that this is what they want to do. And half said no. And so a tie is defeated. You have to have a majority. But so now we've taken the advice, which is basically a non-decision. And so Councillor Ritchie's brought a motion that the council, who's the deciding body on this, wants to make the decision to go to quarterly meetings of the Heritage Committee, and at the 2 months in between each quarter, to have these working groups. It was a recommendation from our town staff. And so, I mean, I feel like the portrayal of this is going to say, oh, council overthrew Heritage's decision. Heritage was split. Heritage literally tied the vote. And so there's as many members on the Heritage Committee that wanted to do this. Don't interrupt me. And
Councillor Sharp, just a
Don't
point of
interrupt me.
clarification.
Point
A
of
point of
order.
clarification, Councillor Sharp, and I'm going to clarify this because, in my opinion, a couple members were intimidated by the
Point of order, Mayor
CAO
Jordan, and
constantly
you don't have the
interrupting.
right to interpret that. That is offside. That's
All
right,
wrong.
point of order.
I
Councillor
withdraw.
Ritchie, please don't interrupt the
Go
mayor.
ahead, Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan.
yeah, thanks. If I could just have the floor. So like I said, regardless of anyone's interpretation, the mayor's interpretation is that the vote was tied. Half the Heritage Committee wanted to do this. Half the Heritage Committee didn't want to do this. Mayor Jordan didn't want to do this. And so his opinion here, which he just shared, is swayed by his own opinion. And so now the council will have to make a decision with the advice from the Heritage Committee. And like I said, a tie vote is basically a non-decision. So we are not going against Heritage in this case. As many members voted to do this as voted not to do this. So for any member of council to consider that this is an appropriate thing to do would be equal to a member to suggest that Heritage wants to do something else, because Heritage decided equally yes and no. So now council has to make a decision. So I just want, for the record, people to be aware that there were as many members who wanted to do this as there were members who did not want to do this. And two of the members who dissented were Mayor Jordan and Councillor Bothwell, who are now here expressing that dissent. And the other members who were in favor aren't here to express their favor for it. And so I think that it's not fair to misrepresent this. I understand your opinion, Mayor Jordan, and I understand your opinion, Councillor Bothwell. So now we'll have to get to the vote. Thanks for my time.
Councillor Cadwell.
Thank you, Mayor. Sat through the meeting again, and I thought the idea of the working groups was a really good idea, because I know we've been doing that in the past through GDAC, and it's worked very, very well with BRNE and the economic strategies. We had working groups involved in that, and I think I like the idea personally. And with regards to the amount of meetings, I'm sure if there's just like with GDAC, because we are both advisory committees, if there's something that comes up that needs to have an emergency meeting, that can be done. Yeah, can be done on both sides again, Heritage or advisory. And I just want to say, I did some research with some municipalities that are not too far away from us, pretty much the same size. And most of their advisory committee meetings, they have pretty much a cap on 2 hours. 2 hours, that's it. And if you need to have another meeting, you schedule another meeting. But I found that very interesting. GDAC meetings generally try to run 2 hours. Sometimes we're a little bit over. We have some very good business discussions in that. So again, it's interesting, do some research with other municipalities. And yeah, my last point is during the meeting, the director of planning referenced a lot of good positive things that have been done by the Heritage Advisory Committee with staff. And those kind of reports that's what I like to hear. So anyways, that's it for me. Thank you.
Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I'd like to say that this report was a staff recommendation, came forward. I echoed the comments from Councillor Sharp that half the people who support it, half the people didn't, and so forth. And I guess with the comments from the other councillors, I guess better late is it's better late than never. Talking about increasing staffing to Heritage when this is the third year into our term. Actually, we're going into our fourth year into our term now. And when we look at this, we could see this has been a problem for a long time. We've lost all kinds of staff from this town, in this department. Why? I don't know. I guess we'd have to ask them, but maybe they are very overworked. But this should have been something we should have looked into a long time ago. If it's truly that, it's amazing that it's the first time tonight that, yeah, oh my goodness, they're so overworked. So because they're so overworked, let's create more meetings. Let's create more of a workload for them. It blows my mind. I'm very supportive. This is a staff recommendation. I'm supporting this. Thank you.
Councillor Vane.
Two things here. First one is a number of people have raised this comment that this is a priority, and they are correct. This was one of the, I believe there was 10 priorities this council picked. Things like shoreline improvement, climate stuff, roads, all kinds of stuff we picked. This is the only one that we spent so much time and money and effort on. And I do believe that from what I've heard from staff, and I'm not going to get into particulars and stuff, but one of the reasons they're overwhelmed is the thousands and thousands of emails they've received over the past couple of years from members of council that have overwhelmed them. I remember one employee said that they just stopped answering them because it was just too much. So it's quite easy to say, just hire more staff, just throw more money. Well, take that on the campaign trail, see how it goes over. And I think you're going to be very surprised, because while we sit here and go, heritage is the top priority, heritage is that, I'm finding that not as many people support heritage as you think. Like, I love heritage myself. I'm a very big heritage person. Councillor Dunstall owns a heritage property. Mayor Jordan has a heritage property. So I mean, there's no lack of support for heritage here, but we're not being reasonable. I think we're getting a little ahead of ourselves here, and we're really getting one of our priorities and making it the priority, and that's not right. We have other things. As I've said before, and I'll say it again, is that if we continue to push all this money towards things other than, things like shoreline restoration or climate stuff, which a lot of towns now have climate committees, which we don't, and we're not going to have anything left to fix. We're not going to have anything left to save. I've got a T-shirt and it says, we have to take climate change seriously because there is no planet B. So we need to start taking other things important too as a priority as well, because if we don't, we're not leaving our kids anything, or our grandkids for that matter. So I just think that's my concern there. My second thing I was going to say is I'd like to call the question, please. Thank you.
Moved by Councillor Ritchie. So there's no speakers, so we don't have to vote on calling the questions. Calling the question. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Dunstall. Resolved that Heritage Grimsby Advisory Committee Resolution GH 22-15 be approved. Recorded vote.
Councillor Bothwell,
No.
Councillor Dunstall,
Yes.
Councillor Frake,
No.
Councillor Cadwell,
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie,
Yes.
Councillor Sharp,
Yes.
Councillor Vane,
Yes.
Councillor Vardy,
No.
Mayor Jordan.
No.
That's carried.
All right, need a mover and seconder to receive the Heritage Grimsby Advisory Committee minutes as amended. Moved by Councillor Cadwell, second by Councillor Ritchie. Any discussion? Seeing none, moved by Councillor Cadwell, second by Councillor Ritchie. Resolved that Heritage Grimsby Advisory Committee meeting minutes of January 11th, 2022 be received as amended. Recorded vote.
Councillor Bothwell,
No.
Councillor Dunstall,
Yes.
Councillor Frake,
No.
Councillor Cadwell,
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie,
Yes.
Councillor Sharp,
Yes.
Counselor Vane,
Yes.
Counselor Vardy,
No.
Mayor Jordan,
No.
that's carried.
All right. Yeah, I heard. Now we're moving to the second lifted item. Cadwell, second by Councillor. 11th, 2022, be received as amended. All right, we're moving to the second lifted item, lifted by Councillor Dunstall, the Grimsby DIA minutes of Wednesday, December 1st, 2021.
May I speak, Mayor Jordan?
Yes, you may, Councillor
Yeah,
Dunstall.
thank
Go
you.
ahead.
This is the item under, and this is the December 1st, meeting, 2021. It's comment in Harley Valentine section by Stacy Ilya. And I just wanted to point out the last sentence in that whole, in the context of that whole paragraph, and that is that in 2020, and I hope that that wasn't a typo, alone, GBF spent 1.5 million in the community. And I know the GBF does do a lot, but our community supports it in so many ways, especially with the hamper program, which is mentioned in that paragraph. I just wanted to give them a shout out that that's incredible. That's a lot of support for our community. And oh boy, I don't know what we'd be doing without it. So I just wanted to reiterate that they're doing great work, and I hope they continue to do that, and we continue to support them throughout the year. It's it's great to see. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dunstall, for mentioning that. Yes, the GBF certainly does do amazing work for the town of Grimsby. And I'm safe to say all council will agree on this, that we'd be lost without them. So I have moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that Grimsby DIA meeting minutes of December 1st, 2021 be received. All in favor? That's carried. Now we move to number 6, delegations. And just a note, because we have so many delegations tonight, as we have numerous delegations tonight, I want to remind all delegates that there will be a strict 10-minute speaking limit each, and to remind all that points mentioned by previous delegations should not be repeated for the efficiency of the meeting. Thank you for your interest on this matter, and we will begin with Laura Wilson. Welcome, Laura. I think you're muted, Laura.
Sorry about that.
There you go.
Hi, thanks. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I am Laura Wilson, a lifelong Grimsby resident, and I live near Mirror Street Park, so I have firsthand experience in this matter. I am asking for your support to change the new discharge of firearms and bows bylaw to include no hunting on Grimsby's waters. The 1976 bylaw was serving the people of Grimsby, and in fact all life here, quite well for the most part. A few loopholes needed to be addressed. It seems that one incident with an archer has created this entire fiasco. Without warning, groups arrived en masse in Grimsby's waters and abruptly began to shoot at, injure, and kill birds in a built-up residential neighborhood. Shotguns are not quiet. It couldn't be missed. As a result, I can no longer go for a walk along the shoreline or in the parks. These people have severely impacted and interfered with my way of life. This is not hunting, nor is this a sport. Real sport involves competition between consenting parties, and it doesn't end in the slaughter of unwilling participants. Furthermore, this hunting has nothing to do with conservation or population control. Nature has handled this without human assistance for millions of years. Not only is duck hunting unjustifiable, it's also brutal, because shotgun pellets scatter widely. Rather than making a clean kill, many birds fly away injured. This too has been witnessed here in Grimsby. These birds can die slow, agonizing deaths from starvation or infection. And those who say they are feeding their families, these birds provide minimum sustenance. A popular claim that hunting groups often make is that hunting is part of our heritage. And the National Research Council writes that hunting was crucial to human survival years ago. So yes, of course, hunting is part of our heritage. However, as fewer and fewer people need to hunt to survive, it has become a violent form of recreation. In fact, all current reasons declared in favor of hunting by the sport hunter can easily be challenged. So while the birds that have peacefully lived among us are being killed and injured, we are witnessing it from our homes and parklands. Our children are waking up to gunfire while our dogs and cats hide in our basements. During these unsettled times where we must spend more time at home, it is dreadful that we must also endure this. In the meantime, we see pictures proudly posted online of dozens of dead birds propped up as trophies. We must listen to the banter of the hunters as they pull up on our shores. Moving them out 300 meters will not solve these and more issues at all. There have also been several derogatory comments posted online about the local residents and some councillors. This behavior and lack of respect towards the residents has escalated quickly, both online and in our parks. Intimidation, name-calling, and subtle threats are not acceptable. Let's face it, we are not in the wilderness here, not even up the hill. We are not overrun by wildlife all of a sudden. We have no vast horse, cattle, pig, or sheep ranches. And I need to say that just because hunting on the escarpment isn't seen by the residents like it is on our waters, doesn't make it any less gruesome. We as a society are moving past the idea that animals are here solely for our purposes. Hunting groups and animal use communities are fighting hard to maintain their position on animal use. They certainly worked hard to repeal our 1976 bylaw, and by their own acknowledgement, will continue to write our town's bylaws to suit their purpose. A recently posted article by Ontario Federation of Anglers and Hunters regarding Grimsby claims that they are committed to craft a revised bylaw in the new year, recognizing and maintaining activities such as hunting, trapping, and recreational shooting. Really? I certainly hope not. What has happened here in our town is worrisome. It goes against our way of life as a community and also goes against Indigenous teachings. This too is disturbing. What should be noted here is that OFAH openly criticizes Indigenous people's rights to hunting, fishing, and land claims. These sport hunters do not acknowledge Indigenous people's conservation methods and beliefs. In fact, OFAH went all the way to the Supreme Court to fight against Indigenous rights as recently as 2018. We do not need to move backwards some 40-odd years. We do not need to change our bylaws to accommodate self-serving groups. We do need to be promoting respect, compassion, safety, and education throughout our community. For these reasons, I ask that instead of changing the language to move these hunters out only 300 meters from shore, to just change the language back to no hunting at all. We only have a slight reprieve as goose hunting begins February 7th. You know, I never paid too much attention to our town's policies and bylaws before. I knew what was happening for the most part, but I had faith and trust in our representatives to do the right thing. So when something like this happens, it can make one sit up and take notice. This council lives here. You are our neighbors and friends. We see you in our grocery stores and restaurants. And so the decisions you make really do affect us all. I ask you to please stand with the residents of our community. Thank you very much for your time this evening.
Thank you for your presentation, Laura. We just need a mover and seconder to receive it. Moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor Frake. Moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that the delegation from Laura Wilson be received. All in favor? That's carried. Next, we have a delegation from Kelly Prentice. Welcome, Kelly. Hello, Kelly. Yeah, you appear to be unmuted, so you can go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I want to say, Laura, that was very well said. Good evening, everyone.
Kelly, you've muted yourself again.
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, I apologize. Good evening, everyone. Loud gunshots. This is the noise many residents wake up to now since the firearm bylaw was changed in September 2021, as well as by an abundance of residents walking through nearby parks with their kids and animals. The firearm bylaw should not have been changed by council. Council was elected by us, the residents, and should be representing us instead of representing OFAH. I believe a better job should have been done to make sure a vast majority of residents were informed of changes to a town bylaw, that being the firearm bylaw, which has served our town for so long. Some residents wanted to inform as many people as possible by posting signs sharing the necessary info regarding the firearm bylaw that had been changed since the town itself didn't do the best job with this and how they could help by contacting council, only to have the signs removed many times. Friday, January 7th, a town employee was filmed removing these signs. His day was spent doing this as he had help from OFAH members who parked at Murray Street and the pump house, letting the town know when more posters were being put up. Not everyone knew hanging posters on telephone poles is against the law in Grimsby. It got even more interesting on Monday, January 10th, when the same town employee was removing the posters, and on one pole, which had two posters, both different, he chose to only remove the poster regarding hunting info and left the other poster on the pole. Seems the town is using some selective enforcement. The signs were only a way of getting info to more people, as many still don't have a computer, cell phone. This was the purpose of the signs, nothing more and nothing less. I too have lived in Grimsby for 53 years. I've raised my sons here as well. They grew up playing at the local parks such as Murray Street and Nels Beach Park, where they love to skip rocks in the lake. The playgrounds are enjoyed by many families to this day. These two parks are right on the lake. Never did I feel unsafe at these parks until recently when walking through Murray Street with a friend and our dogs, and we hear shots. We see some sort of boat. We were both so shocked and nervous this was happening. Hunting belongs, if anywhere, in the wilderness. Wilderness is far, far away from any human beings. Here we are today, 2 years into COVID-19 pandemic. Now more than ever, all residents of Grimsby need the waterfront and nature in general for their mental health and well-being. The same residents that pay taxes, which help pay for the maintenance of the entire shoreline. I'd like to mention that these hunters on the shoreline are not Grimsby residents. They are from out of town, such as Scarborough. I'm sure I'm speaking for many residents when I say 300 meters from shore is not far enough. 500 meters from shore is not far enough. How far is enough? Enough for people, families, young kids, and pets to walk along or play at playgrounds and swim and paddleboard and kayak in the lake, the same lake where shots are being fired. Enough would mean fixing our firearm bylaw to the way it was, so residents can once again feel and be safe in the town they have chosen to call home. Thank you very much for your time this evening.
Thank you for your presentation, Kelly. We need a mover and seconder to receive it. Moved by Councillor Bothwell, second by Councillor Frake. Moved by Councillor Bothwell, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that the delegation from Kelly Prentice be received. All in favor? That's carried. Up next, we have a delegation from Patricia Fedoruk. Welcome, Patricia.
Hello, I don't see my face up on the screen.
You have to turn your camera on your icon.
Every time I say start my video, it says the host has stopped me. So here, oh,
There you
thank
go.
you for opening that up. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hello, everyone. I'm Patty Fedorchuk, and I'm a resident of Grimsby. I am deeply concerned regarding the recent hunting, which has commenced in our community right next to our shoreline, parks, and the Bruce Trail, which families all frequent. The shooting of guns is deeply disturbing on many levels. One, of course, is the noise, but to me, the killing of wildlife right in front of our children playing and families walking is unacceptable. This is a residential and highly populated area where families count on being able to relax and feel safe. Our town has assured us that it is friendly by nature. COVID has already frightened our families and caused mental health issues among adults and children. Now we have to contend with discussions about killing our wildlife and men with guns in our neighborhood. It also brings questions regarding violence and perhaps will they bring these guns to our schools, Grandma? It may happen if someone with a gun goes berserk. I can't assure them that it won't. This is not the culture of our community. This is not how we want to live, with fear. Secondly, the ducks and geese that are being hunted are on some endangered or lists of concern, and nothing is being done to police just what is being killed or allowed to be killed. Please see my presentation for specifics on those. I supplied the photos and information. I also pick up all of the carcasses along the beach. I have some in my freezer downstairs of the ducks that suffered and died and ended up on our rock beach where we play with our dogs, just here at Murray Street Park. Thirdly, the hunters have been threatening on Facebook with language and sarcasm to me and others in Grimsby. This is also attached in my presentation. They do not present a reliable, responsible adult, but rather instill fear in me and my family with their attitudes and their belligerence. They laugh in our faces when we show any concern at all about community respect. I request that the hunting not be allowed in this residential area and be kept where it belongs, far away from inhabited communities. Here's one of the ducks. I have many. This is one of the long-tailed ducks that is not supposed to be hunted. Just as an example, there were others there too, but I'm keeping these in my freezer just to show you that we're not making this up. And this is what my 3-year-old granddaughter had to say, Grandma, why are they doing this? I plead with you all to stop the hunting in Grimsby. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Patty. We need a mover and seconder to receive it. Moved by Councillor Cadwell, second by Councillor Sharp. All in favor? That's carried. Up next, we have Lynn Gaby. Welcome, Lynn.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me some time to address the cabinet today. I really appreciate that. To begin, Let me make this clear that my presentation is not about hunting as an activity or the rights of hunters. It's not about can you do it, it's about should you do it. Also, I am speaking as a delegate for 389 of my neighbors who have signed my petition. This is not a personal nor a solitary petition. Our town has placed 34 benches, 7 picnic tables, a playground, and 2 baseball diamonds on the lake edge between the small area between Murray Street Park and the pump house. This is for recreational enjoyment, camaraderie, and especially with this time of social distancing and tranquility within the community. Groups meet in the park with coffee in any weather. How is this enjoyable while gazing out at hunters firing gunshots for 100 or 200 meters off our shoreline? Peter, I think you have a picture of my friend Laura on the parkland. Over water, the sound is magnified. I live on the lake, and the sound of the guns is remarkably loud and very disturbing to those in our neighborhood. I wake to hunters at 6:30, 6:45 every calm day until noon at least. On December 23rd, there were 15 hunters in 4 vessels right off my back fence. One of the individuals is apparently operating a charter for our community for $100 per gun. Therefore, we have non-Grimsby residents who are coming into and taking advantage of our community, disturbing and disrupting our lives. I refer to the Canadian Safety Council, who published 13 points on hunting. Point 4, do not hunt in populated areas. This includes rural communities where the population is relatively low. Point 5, do not hunt in an area where several hunters are already present. We have several veterans in the area who are quite disturbed and anxious about gunshot. I myself have a history of PTSD in regard to gunshots, and this current hunting allowance is a daily reminder of my terrible circumstance. Not a pleasant way to wake up every day. Bylaw 1122, respecting noise, part 1, number 2. No person shall shout, make unusual noise or noises likely to disturb the inhabitants of any area of Grimsby. Thank you. There are great safety concerns for those using the waterfront. A physics report shows that 12-gauge shot can travel 300 to 400 yards, depending on the angle and the wind. Not the commonly assuaged 50 feet, which is actually considered the kill zone, how far from a target you must use to kill. It is not to say hunters are trained and licensed, so are drivers, but often are seen running red lights, non-stopping at stop signs, obeying speed limits, talking on the phone, drinking and driving. Accidents and carelessness happen in a blink. Is that what it will take council to the right and best thing for Grimsby and our community? I've received a written report from the Ministry of Resources on January 12th this year. If the municipality in which you reside has no firearm discharge bylaws, the hunters are hunting in accordance with the provincial and federal regulations. Let me repeat. If the municipality has no firearms bylaw. Also, Municipal Act 2001, Section 119, authorizes a local municipality for the purpose of public safety to prohibit or regulate the discharge of firearms. Mr. Ritchie, I'm curious. We spoke on January 2nd. Either you are unaware or incorrect or misleading in telling me on the phone that town councillors can do nothing. Council did something in October to open this dangerous fiasco. So it is therefore apparent that you can somehow do something to change it. I find it hard to fathom that 4 councillors, 1 by officer, and a handful of self-interested hunters could have the audacity to bring this upset to our town. I will conclude quoting the town of Grimsby's mission statements from the website. Town Council, quote, "We are committed to listening to the community and using what they hear to build the possible best community for the people who live in Grimsby." And Mayor Jordan, I quote, "We are committed to a community that puts our residents first." On both counts, you have failed yourselves and you have failed your community. I think I can speak for many of us that are speaking tonight that this is not going to fizzle out and go away. Together, we will maintain pressure for change through town council meetings and council elections this year. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your presentation, Lynn. We need a mover and seconder to receive it. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Bothwell. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Bothwell. Resolved that the delegation from Lynn Gaby be received. All in favor? That's carried. Up next, we have a delegation from Deborah Jarvis. Good evening, Deborah. Deborah, you're muted. There you are. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, my presentation is in a little different bent. We own a small property up off Allway Road, and to gain access to our property, you need to walk along a Grimsby access road, meaning that it is the property of Grimsby. It may at some point actually be opened up. We were up there last week and we passed 3 blinds occupied with hunters, and actually they threatened us and came down and told us to get off this property. And we're talking about a Grimsby property. It's not a private property. And the other thing is that it's actually not as populated as down here in Grimsby proper, but there are a lot of people that do live up there. And we have in the past passed deer carcass and that kind of thing. And we're really concerned about our safety, but also that this is going on right on the trails where people should be enjoying walking privileges and being able to get out into the wilderness a bit. So as I say, it's just off Allway Road, which is very, very close to the ridge. So I am suggesting that the hunting area be moved really far south and away from where Grimsby residents are walking, living, enjoying nature. So thank you very much for listening to my presentation.
Thank you for your presentation, Deborah. We need a mover and seconder to receive it. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Cadwell. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Cadwell. Resolved that the delegation from Deborah Jarvis be received. All in favor? That's carried. Up next, we have Assad Razaki. Assad, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and warm greetings, everyone. I will just say that it's pronounced Razak, but I've been called worse things. I'd first like to thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members and staff for giving me the opportunity to express my views. I'll also point out that I've been a Grimsby resident for 22 years and have 3 children. Next slide, please. So The first issue I want to address with the current firearm and bow use bylaw is that the issue of the use of bows between Main Street and Ridge Road. The concerns I have is the Bruce Trail runs through much of this area, and the area has dense vegetation that obstructs the view, I would think, of both potentially the hunter and those who are non-hunters. And I must say, as a bias, I live within the escarpment, so that's a concern for me and my family. So I believe there's a risk of bow-related injury and or death. And I do feel it certainly interferes with my enjoyment of my environment due to the potential concern of bow injury and or fatality. Next slide, please. The second issue is the apparent use of Main Street as a demarcation to allow bow use south of it. This is a puzzling for me because I see no natural barrier to explain any additional safety of using bows south of Main Street. Someone living on the north side can still be injured by a bow shot northward from the south side of Main Street. So on this, I think there's only one solution in my mind, and I hope others will support this, that there be no bow use between Ridge Road and Main Street to eliminate this risk of injury and or fatality. Next slide, please. The second issue the third issue that I'd like to address is the use of firearms and bows north of the shoreline, which has been outlined by others, so I'll be brief. The question I would put forward to Councillor is, how does this protect those on the shoreline, given that there's no natural barrier to impede any discharge with a southern vector? Further, those in the water are put at risk from firearm or bow accident. And I put bow accidents in quotes because it really does belong, I feel, in quotes, because really this is entirely preventable. The present situation deters the use of the shoreline and water adjacent to it by non-hunters due to firearm and bow, due to the risk of firearm or bow-related injury or fatality. Next slide, please. We are trying to promote the better use of the shoreline, and I think this cannot happen if we allow the use of firearm and bows in the area. So my solution, like voiced by others tonight, is no firearm or bow use for the portion of the Lake Ontario that is under Grimsby jurisdiction and for at least 1 kilometer away from shoreline, whichever is greater. I think Council should work with the province of Ontario if need be to achieve this goal. And this would effectively prevent any firearm or bow use in open water along the shoreline. Next slide, please. The fifth issue that I'd like to address is the firearm and bow use south of Ridge Road. These comments should be prefaced to say that they are take into account that human life comes first, and everyone deserves to be and feel safe. Many Grimsby residents from below escarpment travel through this area, either coming or going to town, or perhaps visiting the waste management, the regional waste management facility. As a minimum solution, I would think that here would be that no firearm and bow use for 500 meters south of Ridge Road, so everyone in this area is and feels safe from stray firearm or bow discharge. Further, I would say if the residents in this area wish to extend it beyond 500 meters, then that this should be entertained, and I would be supportive. Frankly, I don't think should be allowed in the town of Grimsby whatsoever. But I give a minimum, but I think it needs to be beyond that as well. Next slide, please. So the sixth issue that I want to address is the bylaw input. I think when we craft a bylaw for a Grimsby resident, it should consider all Grimsby residents in coming up with that bylaw and respect what represents the view of the majority, all the while preserving the safe enjoyment by all residents of this town. And in particular, I'd like to point out that no special interest groups should have any undue influence. And in particular, I will point out the Ontario Federation of Anglers and Hunters. Some of their members may live here, but I don't think our town is composed of that organization. And we need to ensure that we do represent the views of those in Grimsby and not any special interest group. Next slide, please. So the proposed next steps that I think for council would be is to repeal the current bylaw, reinstate the prior bylaw as a stopgap measure. Personally, the August 2020 bylaw is a good start. Further, this issue should be reviewed with broad consultation. Council members should ensure the views of the majority of residents are respected. Consider a survey of a random sample of residents to supplement our knowledge of what the majority thinks on this issue. And in the back of my mind, I think that if in fact if council members are uncertain as to what the majority thinks, perhaps a plebiscite. But I am hopeful we don't have to get to that, and that common sense will prevail, and that council members will represent the will of their constituents, the majority of their constituents, and do the right thing, which is the items that I've outlined during this presentation. I'd like to close by saying that I want to offer my sympathies and for those whose lives have been affected by hunting, especially along the shoreline recently, and how they've been traumatized. It has been interesting to hear their experiences. And the other thing I note that so far I've been the only male on this delegation. I hope that this issue is not divided by gender lines, and that I won't be the token male. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to your good work.
Thank you for your presentation, Assad. We need a mover and seconder to receive it. Moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor Frake. Moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor Frake. Results of the delegation from Assad Razak be received. All in favor? That's carried. Up next, we have Blake Schmierer. Welcome, Blake.
Thank you. I appreciate you giving the time to myself here to speak on this important issue. First, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Blake Schmierler, and I'm the Regional Director for Delta Waterfowl in Ontario. I just want to give a brief introduction on Delta Waterfowl. Delta Waterfowl is a leading conservation group founded at the famed Delta Marsh in Winnipeg, Manitoba. We work to produce ducks through intensive management programs and conservation of breeding duck habitat. Delta conducts vital waterfowl research and promotes and protects the continuing tradition of waterfowl hunting throughout North America. We specialize in duck production, habitat conservation, research, and our Hunter 3 program. Canada and the United States. Our roots date back to 1911. I've prepared a letter for this evening. On behalf of Delta Waterfowl and its chapters and hundreds of active members in Ontario, we would like to express our opposition to installing a prohibition on the discharge of firearms for lawful hunting purposes within 300 meters of shoreline within the town of Grimsby. We believe there are a number of other potential alternatives to ensure the safety of the citizens of Grimsby without burdening those outdoorsmen and women who utilize public waters. There's also a need to discuss and determine the perceived versus actual safety concerns. Hunting is an integral part of our outdoor heritage, and we urge the municipality to take a balanced approach to ensure this important heritage is sustained. This will enable community members to continue their long-standing abundant and healthy wild game meat. As I'm sure you know, many Grimsby residents enjoy hunting within the municipality as part of a healthy outdoor lifestyle. Additionally, the province of Ontario, along with the federal government, has developed a robust set of regulations to ensure hunting is done in a manner that is both safe and sustainable. Hunting can also help manage populations of wildlife that can become overabundant. Waterfowl hunting helps populations of Canada geese at sustainable levels, lessening concerns related to droppings in public parks, school playgrounds, and golf courses, as well as the dangers associated with automobiles and aircraft collisions. By instituting this bylaw, the resulting effect is a significantly reduced ability of hunters to continue their traditional outdoor pursuits in public water. This will erode the access and opportunity for hunters while providing no demonstrable benefit in public safety. Such a bylaw would cease the legacy of waterfowl hunting along the shores of Lake Ontario that has been a part of the community for generations. Thank you for the attention to this important matter, and we urge the municipality to continue to listen to the various perspectives and dismiss this bylaw and focus on efforts that will result in measurable benefits to public safety. This will allow us to recognize the value of safe and sustainable hunting within the town of Grimsby. And I have a few other things that I've prepared here that are, and I feel are important to this matter. I have friends that waterfowl hunt in this area. Delta has volunteers that waterfowl hunt in this area. There are good, honest, hardworking people that just want to enjoy time in the outdoors, doing something that is federally, provincially, and locally regulated. I want to emphasize this part very clearly. This is not a wildlife abundance issue. Waterfowl harvest rates are extremely regulated. You're only legally in the Grimsby area. That is also known as your daily bag limit. You are only legally allowed to possess 18 ducks. We only have 2 harvest restrictions in Ontario for ducks native to this area. You are allowed to harvest 2 black ducks a day and 1 Barrow's goldeneye a day. All other native species of waterfowl to that area have 0 restrictions. Harvest levels are carefully scrutinized every year federally. So I will repeat to everyone that is sitting here, there is no debate on this issue when it comes to this matter of sustainability. I hope council can see past the misinformation that is being spread on this topic. Delta Waterfowl would be happy to discuss this topic with council at any time to discuss population. To touch base on the safety matters associated with this, to own a firearm in this country, you need to go through an extensive process. You need to go through firearms safety training. You also need to go through Hunter's Ed that also has a large portion of firearm safety training. All of that is needed to be able to go hunting in this country. I want to encourage all the residents that mention they have safety concerns, and I hear you, and I don't disagree that some of your safety concerns are very valid, but there are many options available when it comes to law enforcement in this particular situation. The Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry is enforcement. The local police are enforcement. If you feel that there's something going on that is against the law, please reach out to these people. They will help you with this matter. To me, this is not a safety issue. This is certainly not a wildlife harvest issue. It is an understanding issue and can likely be solved with educating both sides on this topic. I encourage council to work with the experts and provide fact-based data on this particular topic. I've heard people mention tonight that they do not want special interest groups involved in this, but special interest groups are the ones that have the most knowledge on this particular topic in these situations. They are the ones you want to work with. They are the experts. And the last thing I want to add is I ask council to think about the precedents that this will set. Everything I've heard here tonight has been important for both sides with everyone that's been involved, hunters and residents, and it hasn't been getting anybody anywhere. So council, I ask you to not set precedents on this. This is an issue that we can solve with education and facts. I thank you for your time tonight. And like I mentioned, a Delta Waterfowl is always willing, able to work with town council to provide data, facts, or anything you deem useful to the situation. I appreciate your time tonight and look forward to seeing the outcome.
Thank you for your presentation, Blake. Need a mover and seconder to receive it. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Vane. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Vane. Resolved that the delegation from Blake Schmaler be received. All in favor? That's carried. Up next, we have a delegation from Adam Modertshead. Welcome, Adam.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening to you and members of council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with all of you tonight. If we can start the presentation, and thank you. I'm going to be speaking tonight to bylaw 2186 and firearms discharge on the lake. Any reference to firearms in the presentation also refers to bows as per the definition in the provincial hunting regulations. While this presentation contains facts at law and personal opinion, it should not be considered legal advice. Next slide, please. From discussion at recent council meetings, I found 3 questions arose. 1, do municipalities have the jurisdiction to regulate firearms discharged on the lake? 2, who can enforce such a bylaw on the lake? 3, where did this issue come from? Next slide, please. We'll look first at jurisdiction and authority. Although town staff through legal counsel have confirmed that the town has the authority to amend the bylaw to apply to the lake, it's important to understand some fundamentals. Next slide, please. Should council decide to exercise authority over Lake Ontario, they would join numerous municipalities prohibiting firearms discharge on the waters, including the Great Lakes. A small number of the municipalities are listed on the slide. So the question is, how can a municipal discharge of firearms bylaw apply to crown waters such as Lake Ontario? Next slide, please. First, we need to understand Grimsby's boundaries. The Territorial Division Act creates municipal boundaries in the province. Where a municipality like Grimsby fronts a body of water, those boundaries are extended out to the middle of the lake or international border. Next slide, please. This official mapping from the province illustrates the town's municipal boundaries extending out into Lake Ontario. Here, Lake Ontario within the town's boundaries is highlighted. Next slide, please. Now that we have established the town's legal boundaries, we need to look at jurisdiction on the water. There is a common but wrongly held belief that being in or on crown land or waters renders municipal bylaws null and without jurisdiction. The reality is these bylaws, when created under lawful authority, are valid and enforceable on persons on crown land and waters. Next slide, please. The main act of concern when looking at crown waters is the Canadian Navigable Waters Act. This act protects the public's right to navigation and marine safety. Nothing in the act confers any privileges to firearms or where they can be discharged. The core federal powers of navigation are not impeded or interfered with by a discharge of our firearms bylaw. Next slide, please. Case law has established that municipal bylaws are not imposed on crown land or waters, but the persons upon them. Similar to the opinion given to town staff, the following 2 legal opinions illustrate that municipal bylaws can apply on the water. Council for the town of Cobourg determined that their jurisdiction extended into Lake Ontario, permitting it to regulate harbor activity. In Brighton, legal counsel determined the municipality could enforce its discharge of firearms bylaw over federal or provincial waters, provided it didn't conflict with navigation and transportation. Next slide, please. To summarize the section, municipal bylaws operate on the person and not the land or water. A discharge of firearms bylaw does not conflict with core federal or provincial powers. Many municipalities prohibit firearms discharge on Lake Ontario or other crown waters. Next slide, please. Enforcement matters. Next slide, please. An example of how a municipality applies its bylaw to the water is Mississauga's discharge of firearms bylaw. The bylaw simply states it applies to all lands and waters within the city's boundaries without specifically mentioning the lake. Staff at the city of Mississauga confirmed the bylaw does apply to the waters of Lake Ontario, unquote, and that although the city is, quote, not equipped to investigate, unquote, Peel Regional Police is responsible for enforcement of the bylaw. Next slide, please. In Thorold and Welland, Niagara Regional Police are assigned the primary duty of enforcing the discharge of firearms bylaws. Municipal officers play a supporting role. This is important primarily due to officer safety. NRP officers also have the ability to lay criminal code charges such as reckless discharge should investigation of the circumstances dictate it. Next slide, please. The NRP Marine Unit is delegated by the province under Section 19(1) of the Police Services Act to police the jurisdictional waters of Niagara municipalities. If delegated to enforce the town's discharge bylaw, the NRP and its Marine Unit could provide an on-water presence should it ever be necessary. Next slide, please. To review, Grimsby's firearms discharge bylaw can be delegated to the Niagara Regional Police, who can enforce a bylaw on the land and water. Police enforcement removes the issues of municipal law enforcement officer safety and lack of equipment. Hunters are generally compliant with firearms regulations, resulting in enforcement action rarely being required. Next slide, please. Emergence of offshore hunting. Next slide, please. Needless to say, this issue has attracted a large amount of public attention, but why now? Next slide, please. It's important to look at the old bylaw, 7638. It was worded very simply, thereby prohibiting all firearms discharge, with some limited exceptions within the town. When this bylaw was enforced, there was no known resident safety concerns regarding the lake. Next slide, please. This bylaw, by its wording, like Mississauga, is legislatively applied to the complete area within Grimsby's municipal boundaries, including Lake Ontario. Next slide, please. Moving ahead to the new bylaw, between the publicly posted draft and the final bylaw, there was a few edits. Of note was the removal of the word waters. The draft version was applicable to, quote, all lands and waters within the boundaries of the town, unquote. The final version of the bylaw only applies to lands. Important question arises is who suggested that waters be removed and why? Next slide, please. The mapping also did not show the town's entire municipal boundary and assigned no prohibition to the lake. Next slide, please. By removing that one word waters, the area once completely regulated was reduced only to the land portion within town boundaries. Next slide, please. The waters within town boundaries then became unregulated. Thus, hunters can now discharge offshore legally. Next slide, please. What is concerning is the very intimate involvement of the Ontario Federation of Anglers and Hunters in development of this bylaw. As stated on their site, they had, quote, direct involvement in working with the town on this bylaw, unquote. This leads to numerous questions of ethics and legality. But here's the most important one. How can a multi-million-dollar special interest group with their own published strategic plan objectively represent the public interest in helping write the firearms bylaw? Next slide, please. Further thoughts to consider. By claiming extensive expertise, OFA should have known or would have known that the bylaw had gaps and advised town staff. The resulting bylaw clearly is incomplete and does not represent the general sentiment of residents. Next slide, please. To summarize, there was no known issues on the lake under the old bylaw, but issues arose with the new bylaw. OFA admits, quote, direct involvement, unquote, in writing the bylaw, an opportunity not available to residents or other stakeholders. Discharge on Lake Ontario within Grimsby's boundaries became legal because of a glaring legislative gap. Next slide, please. Final considerations. Next slide. To say that residents are upset over the current state of this bylaw is an understatement. Public safety is simply not about the physical risk of injury to persons. It is also a sense of individual and community well-being and security. The rationale presented in the staff report, that being lack of resources, is not sufficient justification to continue to allow firearms discharge on Lake Ontario. By extending the bylaw and through an MOU delegating enforcement of this bylaw to Niagara Regional Police, the goal of public safety and a requirement of appropriate equipment and resources, should they ever be needed, is sufficiently met. Next slide, please. All things considered, it is both a legal and appropriate response that the bylaw be amended to restore the discharge prohibition on Lake Ontario within the town's legislative boundaries and restore public safety. The complete prohibition on the lake worked for almost 46 years. It can work now. However, 300 meters is simply not enough. That was my original conclusion, but I scribbled this down after hearing other delegates. However, after hearing residents tonight, who I believe represent the majority view, and having reviewed the bylaw again thoroughly, and the circumstances that it came into being, I have to echo the sentiments that this bylaw needs major reworking. As such, I would also request that council consider rescinding this bylaw. This concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Adam. We need a mover and seconder to receive the delegation. Moved by Councillor Bain, seconded by Councillor Ritchie. Moved by Councillor Bain, seconded by Councillor Ritchie. Result of the delegation from Adam Watershed be received. All in favor? That's carried. Up next, we have a delegation from Rob Wiersma. Good evening, Rob.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. Thank you for allowing me to speak on this important matter. I'd like to personally thank the Council for changing the bylaw because it's done a lot for us hunters up on the hill. This is when it comes to animals and when it comes to guns, firearms, it's a very contentious issue. It's been very emotional. I live on the lake. I live on Murray Street Park, and I can see the lake from my house, from my kitchen window. When this started, I saw a hunter's boat out there. I went out with my rangefinder, which is this here. It's an electronic device where you point on something, and it shows you exactly how far that device is. I sat on the bench of Murray Street Park, and the closest boat, which was a Duckgrass boat, was 120 yards, which is 360 feet. He had another skiff with him, which is a small one-man boat, and it was 150 yards out. I sat there for half an hour with my dog on the bench. My dog's not a hunting dog. My dog's a house dog. There was multiple shots. My dog did not flinch. I did not flinch. All shooting, all the duck hunters put their decoys on the north side of their boats so that they shoot away from the shoreline. Even if they were to shoot towards the shoreline, the steel shot that they use, which is mandated by the federal government, will not travel to the shore. So I'm here to tell you 1,000%, nobody was ever in any danger. I would have sat there all day with my grandson and watched them. Nobody's in danger. My opinion, I'm very passionate about hunting. I'm very educated on hunting. I'm very educated on ballistics. But people who aren't around guns are understandably affected by it and misinformed. There's been a lot of misinformation online and in the media about these duck hunting. First of all, you cannot shoot any firearm until it's a half hour after sunrise, which is about 7:15. You can't see anything at 7 o'clock in the morning. So the people who are telling you they're shooting at 5:30, 6 o'clock, 6:45 are not being correct. This was brought on, this whole incident with duck hunting was brought on. I was asked this by a counselor why this happened, and I didn't have an answer. Yeah, I'm a hunter. I look at the map. I abide by the laws. I don't shoot below the escarpment. Why duck hunters came in here and duck hunted is beyond me. I guess it had to do with the bylaw. Maybe they read it wrong. It was also an unseasonably warm late fall with flat waters. When you get flat waters, duck hunters come out. It's pleasant to hunt ducks. And unfortunately, residents come out for their walks too, which doesn't lead to a very good mix. This happened, I believe, for multiple factors. I didn't have the answer to the council why this happened, but like what I just said, I believe that's why it happened. I personally spoke to the outfitter who brought people in here to hunt, and there was words spoken between him and a counselor at the dock and other people. And I was informed from this outfitter that his trailer was sabotaged by a Grimsby resident. Now, this is just shameful. I mean, I don't care who you are or what you believe in. You don't go destroying people's property, their livelihood. This guy's got a $30,000 boat that would have came off had he not noticed that somebody pulled his pin on his trailer. I mean, that's not needed. I'd like to point out to the residents who are watching this, who are passionate about the ducks. They're not the ducks that they're feeding at the pump house. Those are what you call dabbler ducks, black ducks, mallard ducks who dabble in low water areas for algae. The ducks they're hunting are deep diver ducks, which come from up north, migrate down here for the winter. There's two different ducks. I mean, a duck's a duck for the animal lovers, but anyways, that's it. This outfitter pointed out to me that he understands how people are against hunting. But he doesn't understand the sentiment that how people are against him coming into his area because he doesn't live here. He provided me with a couple of quotes of the guys that he hunts with phoning JJ's and having sandwiches brought to the dock. Well, I believe that this town should be encouraging people to come here. Doesn't matter who you are, what you do, how you look. You should be encouraging people to come here to spend their money. Now, I sat on the bench, listened to the gunshots. The fellow that was 360 feet out was a little louder. It bothered me a bit. I went to my house and I kept hearing the shots. I went around the front of my house with doing some work. And I thought, that's odd. How can I hear gunshots from the lake in front of my house? I went to the side and it wasn't gunshots. It was a nail gun from a roofer. So I ask you, what is the difference between a nail gun and a roofer and gunshots? They're pardon my French, they're pretty damn close. I don't know where you guys want to go, but my solution and my recommendation is you move it offshore. It keeps everybody happy. The noise is negligible because all the shooting is towards Toronto. I don't know what else to tell you. It's a hot issue. It was a hot issue online, and I'm passionate about hunting, and I'm very concerned about the safety. Yes, very, very much so. But like I said, there was no reason for people to overreact with guns on the shoreline. You can't hunt close to the shoreline. People are in safety. The only issue I see in this whole matter is the sound of the gunshots. If you move it offshore, you're pleasing mostly everybody. You're not going to please everybody, but you will have minimal sound. And in the words of our MPP, Mr. Oosterhoff, everybody should be able to enjoy the lake. I'll leave it at that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your delegation, Rob. Just need a mover and seconder to receive it. Moved by Councillor Cadwell, second by Councillor Vane. Moved by Councillor Cadwell, second by Councillor Vane. Resolved that the delegation from Rob Wiersma be received. All in favor? That's carried. Up next, we have a delegation from Christina Krasiniak. Sorry for butcher.
Christina Krasiniak.
Krasiniak. Thank you.
Hi there. My name is Christina Krasiniak, and I'm a resident of Ward 4 in the town of Grimsby and a homeowner on Leawood Drive. I would like to thank Council for permitting me to express the views shared by the community members who also reside in my area. As a personal point, I would like to express that I stand with you, Laura, Kelly, Patty, Lynn, Deborah, Razad, and Adam. I stand with you and will not stop until Council prioritizes the safety of its residents. My neighborhood represents the diverse demographics of the town of Grimsby, which includes roughly 30 children, one of whom I parent. These children play in our streets, our backyards, and in Leawood Park. We as a community were alarmed to learn about the firearm and bow bylaw 2186. This bylaw permits bow hunting that surrounds 3 out of 4 sides of our neighborhood, yet there has been insufficient communication provided directly to the residents impacted by these changes. Leawood Park butts against the forest where wild animals venture, and where bow hunters can now obtain permission to shoot. This forest is roughly 172 meters wide and 225 meters long, which allows for bow hunting. This is a safety concern as it's too close to the proximity of our children's park and our homes. Although the 100-meter or 100-meter exclusion zone may have been presented safe to council, it is important to consider the following. The effective range from a crossbow can be 500 meters. If a bow hunter is given permission from the landowners to hunt, the bylaw requires hunters to ensure that a 100-meter or 150-meter buffer zone is maintained. However, a branch or a rock may deflect that silent arrow right into our populated neighborhood area and park. Accidents can and do happen, despite the best of intentions and skill. We want council to place a true emphasis on public safety in regard to this bylaw. To eliminate the safety concerns, we want the current yellow permitted bow area surrounding the West Forest that butts against Leawood Park to be identified in red, a clear and defined prohibited bow area. The Bruce Trail runs along the face of the escarpment and the north side of our neighborhood. This outdoor landscape provides the opportunity to engage in healthy activities such as hiking, activities that even more people and children are engaged in during the pandemic. This bylaw places a high level of safety concerns for those that frequent this Bruce Trail. We want the current yellow area on the face of the escarpment to be identified as red, a defined prohibited area. In the interest of public safety, we want the 3 out of 4 sides of our neighborhood, from Hamilton Grimsby border to Klein Road and Highway 8 to the top of the escarpment, to be defined as prohibited firearm and bow area. Thank you in advance for prioritizing the safety of your constituents and their children.
Thank you for your presentation, Christina. Need a mover and seconder to receive the delegation. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Bothwell. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Bothwell. Resolved that the delegation from Christina Koschiniak be received. All in favor? That's carried. Up next, we just need a mover and seconder to receive the written delegation from Judy Bullis. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Sharp. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Sharp. Resolved that the written delegation from Judy Bullis be received. All in favor? That's carried. Just want to thank everyone for your delegations this evening and coming out and actually being part of our Grimsby Council meeting. Everyone did very well and decorum was maintained. So thank you very much and have a good evening, everyone. Now we move to our consent agenda.
Mayor Jordan, we're about 3 hours in. Would you grant us a short recess?
Yeah, this is appropriate time to, we'll come back at 8:55.
Thank you.
Recording in progress.
All right, welcome back, everyone, and welcome back to the public. We're finished the delegations, and now we've moved to number 7, the consent agenda. I see there's a number of hands up. Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you, Mayor. Can I please lift the 6.4A, the shared hearing officer services, please?
That is so noted. Councillor Ritchie.
Yes, I'd like to talk about 6.1A, the CAO 2202 COVID-19 vaccination disclosure policy extension.
Okay, that's noted. Councillor Ritchie, you have another one?
Sorry, I got to put my hand down.
Okay. All right, need a mover and seconder for the remainder of the consent agenda. Moved by Councillor Ritchie. Seconder, Councillor Bothwell. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Bothwell. Resolved that the Committee of the Whole hereby approves the following items and that the various consent items be approved on the recommendation as contained therein. Council referred matters list, report DPW 22-01, 2021-2022 winter control manual endorsement, report DPW 22-02 annual salt management endorsement, report DPW 22-03, 2020-2021 drinking water QMS management review, report PA 22-01 information report for public meeting proposed Grimsby official plan amendment OPA and number 11 Grimsby Beach secondary plan and implementing zoning bylaw amendment. All in favor? That's carried. All right. Now we're moving to item 6.1A, report CAO 2202 COVID-19 vaccination disclosure policy extension. Harry, did you want to speak on that first?
No, thank you. If the
All right.
council pulled it, any
All right,
questions?
Councillor Ritchie, go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I read the policy and I think that our policy has been working pretty good right now. The only thing that I see in this report is I'd like to make an amendment to recommendation number 2 and put that the town's COVID-19 vaccination disclosure policy be renewed until April 1st, or the province lifts the proof of vaccination requirements before. So just like to make that amendment. That gives this council the power in the future. We can review it, and if the time be so, we can extend the policy at that time. When you look in the world, you look at England today. England just removed all their vaccination policies and mandates. So I just think that instead of leaving up to the province, I think that we should be deciding that as a council, what's right for our staff. So I just like to include that the April 1st date. Thanks. So I'll put a motion to change that, and if looking for a seconder.
I see Councillor Bain as a seconder. Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you, Mayor. I just think that since the council meeting in April is April the 4th, the vaccination policy would expire before the council would have an opportunity to review it. So unless we're going to have to bring it back then prior to April 1st, it's just a note. And I don't know if you want to maybe look at that as April 4th, just to give council or the ability to ensure that there's no gap in timing.
Councillor Ritchie.
I'm happy to change the date to April 4th. If the seconder would also oblige to change the date to April 4th. Again, I think that the province might move quicker than that. But again, I just think that this council, if nothing's done by then, we should be reviewing it ourselves or through the CAO. Thank you.
Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I just have a bit of a comment. I'm going to phrase it as a question, but so with this policy, it looks like that we're going to still require people who don't disclose their vaccination status to get tested. And you know, it's great that we're going to pay for it, but I question, with the extremely high number of fully vaccinated people that are testing positive for COVID. It's like, you know, 5-6 times more than the unvaccinated, notwithstanding that there's more people who are vaccinated than who are not vaccinated, but the province actually records it as a rate per 100,000 residents. And the vaccinated, fully vaccinated people are contracting COVID more than the unvaccinated. So my question is, how can we write a policy with a requirement for a certain subgroup of people that, I mean, they're actually not catching COVID as much or as frequently? Like, so it really seems like we're picking a group and we're saying, hey, arbitrarily, you come with me. Don't worry, we'll pay for it. Don't worry, we won't fire you. We'll just give you like disciplinary action, or we'll force you to do it somehow. I mean, but how can we justify not testing vaccinated people? And then, so that question leads to, how can we possibly justify testing unvaccinated people? I mean, like, I get it. It's the narrative, or maybe it's the popular hypnosis from the media, but go and look at the province's website. Like, there's close to 9,000 people each day that are vaccinated, they're testing positive, and there's like 1,500 people across the province of 15 million. And so I really feel like this policy is discriminating a group of our staff. And I don't know how many. Harry, now that you've had some people disclose, how many people have not disclosed? Give it as a percentage so we don't really give too much. But how many of our staff are we now going to run through this ringer again for another 60 days or so, or until the province? I mean, Doug Ford, now that his poll numbers have gone down, he's really singing another tune about good news coming, and that we're moving to a different level, like a lower level of restriction. So anyways, if you could just answer my question, Harry, how many as a percentage?
So thank you, Councillor. Thank you. Through you, mayors, 97% of our people are double vaxxed and have disclosed, and 2 to 3%, are still running through the testing. So less than 6
Roughly how many staff do we have?
205.
Okay. So it seems like we're taking these 6 people and telling them, like, hey, you guys, I mean, we're putting you under the microscope, but what about everybody else? I mean, these people are being unfairly tested, and I'm not sure that they want to. I think that they're afraid for their jobs. I mean, we did remove the language about termination, but I think they're afraid for their jobs, or they're afraid for disciplinary action. And so they're putting literally under a microscope, is a good way to phrase it, but it's just a nose swab. But for what? I mean, we most likely have people on our staff who are fully vaccinated who might have COVID, and it's a much greater chance of that than the unvaccinated. So maybe we should be testing the fully vaccinated people, or at least we should not be discriminating people who don't disclose their medical records. I mean, I've said this before, but like, to my colleagues and the people on the council, maybe you can justify this, make it right, make it make sense to me. Doesn't make sense.
Councillor Bain.
I'm not going to take a position one way or the other, but in regards to what Councillor Sharp has just said, my 2 brothers and their spouses and one of their children, spouse's children, went to Florida recently. They all felt great. They were getting ready to hop on the airplane. So they went to do their mandatory test before they came back. 4 of them tested positive for corona. Not one of them felt bad. So, you know what? And my one sister-in-law is not only double vaccinated, she had the booster shot on top of that. And so, like I said, I'm not going to take a position here, but Councillor Sharp's made a really good point. I don't know. I mean, I've had my test. I'm fine. So, but like I say, a lot of people have kind of said to me, they didn't feel that bad. My mother, who's 78 in a long-term care home, recently got diagnosed as having COVID, and she was a little lethargic for a day, and that was it. So it's really, they say the first 5 days that you have it is when you're highly contagious. So Councillor Sharp may actually be onto something here that we really don't know. And he's right. And the reason I think that we're still seeing higher amounts of people unvaccinated getting into the hospital. Okay, I get that. But we're also seeing a lot of people who are vaccinated going into the hospitals. But when you consider that 98%, or sorry, not 98, 88% of the population is vaccinated, of course you're going to get a few in there that are going to be whatever. I mean, that are high risk or whatever. So I kind of understand what Councillor Sharp's saying, and I kind of agree with him. And not that I agree we don't test people, but I'm kind of thinking that if we're going to do it, we should do it across the board, because not everybody's showing it. Like I say, my sister-in-laws didn't show a sign at all, not one. And so just saying, that's I only wanted to add that to justify what Councillor Sharp's saying.
Councillor Sharp.
Yeah, if I could just follow up to that. I mean, I can see that we're probably not going to want to test everyone because there's some cost to that, right? So what we want to do is feign that we're doing something about it. Like we're doing something about COVID, right? We found a group and we're hammering them, right? And this group is like 6 people at town hall. We make them, walk to a room, right, where we hire like a student nurse or something to come and shove something in their nose. It's right. We want to look like we're doing something, but what are we actually doing? We're taking 6 people of a group of 205, all of which could have COVID-19, the bulk of which are actually contracting COVID-19 statistically across the province. I mean, I'm not a statistician, but they're getting it, according to the province's webpage, more frequently when they're fully vaccinated. Just a little bit, like 20, 30% more, but it's more people every day. And not just a couple days, every single day since December 24th. We're talking 25 days in a row, every single day. There's been more people who are fully vaccinated recorded by the province who have got COVID-19 than there are. And it's like 20%, 30% more. It's not just a few. And that's at a rate per 100,000. So it's not skewed by the fact there's more people who are vaccinated than who are not vaccinated. And it doesn't include partially vaccinated who are an addition to that. But I think we need to just not adopt this policy. The vaccines are not stopping the transmission of COVID-19. We've got 10,000 cases a day, sometimes more than 10,000 cases a day, sometimes a little bit less for a month straight. And, to center out a certain portion of our staff for the sake of looking like we're doing something when the real risk is with all of our staff, it's like, I mean, that's discrimination on these 6 people who are forced to head into a room with a nurse a couple times a week. Anyways, I will vote no to this policy. I think the province should remove their vaccination regulations, and I think they will. I actually think that's part of Doug Ford's plan, but who knows? Doug Ford is not, how will I say, very predictable. Anyhow, I've taken my time. Thank you. I'm going to vote no to this policy completely, and I think so should all of us. Thanks.
Councillor Vardy.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. if the end game here is to stop the spread of COVID, and what's circulating now is the Omicron. And given that the Omicron virus of COVID has an R naught of 10, which means for every one person who has it, they will infect 10 others. So if the end game is to try to stop the spread, then maybe what we should be looking at as a policy, and especially while we've got so much hospitalization going on, maybe we should be looking at more people working from home, as many as can functionally do that. And given that Omicron is, there's a lot of people who are asymptomatic, so they don't have symptoms, like Councillor Vane described his relatives. If the idea is to stop the spread, maybe what you should do is have as many people work from home as can, and say once a week, like every Monday, everybody who's in the office gets tested. Because with an R naught of 10, that means, one person infects 10, those 10 infect 10 others, and it just goes on and on and on and on, which really means we're all going to get it sometime. But if the goal is to try to slow the transmission, this policy, I don't think is going to do that, because the current vaccines don't seem to have an impact on that variant. So just something to consider. If that's what we're actually trying to do, then I think we need a different strategy right now to do it, because the circumstances have changed since this policy was initially put in place.
CAO.
Thank you, Mary. Yeah, even though the policy was put in place, as soon as we heard about the Omicron, we have gone to more of a skeleton staff again, back to in the office, and also back to splitting the workforce up in our operations centers. So we have gone back to almost stage one, back when the Delta was really hitting. So we have taken those other precautions, and this is another tool in our toolbox to ensure those that are unvaccinated are tested right now. So we have taken those other steps, almost immediately when we heard about Omicron.
So why not then offer the testing to everybody who would like to take it? At least make it an option for people. Because to be honest, just singling out a few isn't going to get you anywhere.
Through you, Mayor, we would love to. We have a very low inventory now. The rapid tests, we've tried to order them from the province, from pharmacies. We're not getting any supply. We tried to partner with the chamber to get more. And we've got test kits, these rapid test kits, in groups of 25. So we can't even split up 2 or 5. They can't be split up. So we have very limited, we only have enough to cover the unvaccinated right now until we get more inventory. So I think, again, it's another tool in our toolbox, this policy. I think it helps along with all the other things. And if we get this flush of inventory, we would start to look at different roads and even maybe give some tests to staff, but we don't have enough inventory right now.
All right, seeing we have no more new speakers, moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Vane.
Mayor Jordan, I'd like to ask the council if I can speak a third time.
I'd just like to move on. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor
Mayor, our
Vane.
procedural bylaw says I can ask for a third round.
Well, we can vote on it.
I'm going to call the question, Mayor.
All right,
We
the
already
question.
we were already voting on the question I asked. You said we could vote on it.
Yes, I did. Mover and seconder.
I won't take long if the council just afford me a small amount.
I have Councillor Sharp as the mover. Need a seconder. Moved by Councillor Bain.
Mayor, clarification, what is the time frame for a third go around? 2 minutes?
I'd say yes, I can do it in 2 minutes or
Well,
less.
I'm asking the mayor. Yeah, is it 2 minutes?
Yeah, I think in our procedural
Okay.
bylaw,
All right.
if it's covered,
Yeah.
it's 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you for that.
Moved by Councillor Sharp, second by Councillor Bain. Resolved that Councillor Sharp may speak a third time. Recorded vote.
Counselor Bothwell,
No.
Counselor Dunstall,
Yes.
Counselor Frake,
No.
Counselor Caldwell,
Yes.
Counselor Ritchie,
Yes.
Counselor Sharp,
Yes.
Counselor Vane,
Yes.
Counselor Vardy,
No.
Mayor Jordan,
No.
that's carried.
Okay, so I'll be quick, Mayor Jordan.
Okay.
Just to respond to CEO Schlanks, it looks like he's telling me this is a budget issue. We don't have supply and we can't afford, like, I'm sure there's tests out there, but we aren't spending the money to get them. And so what we're doing is we're pushing this onto 6 people because we can't afford it, or not that we won't take the time to do it to everyone. And I mean, this is, to me, discrimination. And
If I can
I
respond to that.
Staff, I would take it up with your
Mayor, I need to respond to
Yeah.
that.
CAO.
There is no way that this has anything to do with funding. We've been looking for inventory. We've been calling. If we can get inventory, I would give it to staff. This has nothing to do with budget. I can't get the inventory, Councillor.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Mayor Jordan and council.
Councillor Dunstall.
Yeah, if I just could add, I attended a chamber board meeting today and they have no rapid tests left either. They can't find any. They've been reaching out to the Ontario Chamber, so there is a shortage.
Thank you, Councillor Dunstall. No further speakers. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Bain. Resolved that report CAO 22-02 COVID-19 vaccination disclosure policy extension dated January 17th, 2022 be received, and the town's COVID vaccination disclosure policy be renewed until April 4th, 2022. Recorded vote.
Point of clarity, Mayor Jordan, it was April 4th or until or if the province lifts the proof of vaccination requirements before.
Yeah. Thanks for that clarification, Councillor Ritchie. I'll read it again. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Bain. Resolved that report CAO 22-02 COVID-19 vaccination disclosure policy extension dated January 17th, 2022 be received, and that the town's COVID vaccination disclosure policy be renewed until April 4th, 2022, or until the province lifts the proof of vaccination requirements. Recorded vote.
Counselor Bothwell,
Yes.
Counselor Dunstall,
Yes.
Counselor Frake,
Yes.
Counselor Caldwell,
Yes.
Counselor Ritchie,
Yes.
Counselor Sharp,
No.
Counselor Vane,
Yes.
Counselor Vardy,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
that's carried.
All right, now we move to report 7.1A, report CORP 22-01 whistleblower policy, standalone policy.
Hi, Mr. Mayor. Good evening.
Hi, Dan. How are you?
I'm doing well. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. The report before you is a follow-up to Council's direction for employee feedback across the organization on a proposed standalone whistleblower policy. We had an opportunity to have employee information and feedback sessions between October and November 2021 with employees across the organization, including our frontline staff. After those sessions, we had an opportunity also to get employee feedback through a confidential anonymous survey completed by staff after the session. And we did confirm a few items. We did confirm employee support for a whistleblower policy. We also found that anonymous reporting option was not identified as a preference or a need. And we also, employees welcomed the third-party reporting option where the employee's identity would only be provided directly to the third party in filing a disclosure. So keeping that in mind also with the session, was worth noting that employees did indicate a strong understanding of employee code of conduct and workplace harassment policies, which are key in the organization, which are both currently in place and considered live documents and do serve and address any harassment, non-compliance, or whistleblower complaints. So we're here tonight to strongly recommend the council approve the Town of Grimsby Whistleblower Policy Option 2 and adopt the draft whistleblower policy provided in Appendix B. Again, an annual budget of $5,000 to $15,000 is recommended for a third-party handling fee. And I just want to close by saying I believe this policy is really a measured and balanced approach for our organization and our culture. And it does also support transparency and accountability and integrity and ensuring that we maintain that in the organization. So I do welcome any questions. I do have Dasha here with us this evening to address any questions on the policy.
Thank you, Dan. Questions or comments from council? Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. And it's been a long time coming, so I'm glad that this is finally on our agenda for discussion tonight. I've been waiting over a year or more for this to come forward for to get it finalized. I just have a concern. I think that the third-party reporting is great, but it leaves when you get to the investigation part. So an employee would use the third-party reporting, call in and say, I've got a concern, and the third party would determine whether or not it's a valid falls within the whistleblower policy and it's a valid disclosure. Then the third party would go back to town staff and say, we've got this valid disclosure, and a qualifying disclosure, when it gets to the investigation stage, it then goes back to the CEO and the town clerk in consultation with HR and legal counsel will decide the appropriate investigation process. So I still have a concern with that because it means that an employee may be disclosing to a third party, but then it ends up coming back to the CEO, the town clerk, and HR to determine where it goes from there. So I think that if the potential is that it's with respect to a high level executive or a director level, that might be best if the town clerk determining whether or not it goes to an outside investigator or it's going to end up becoming an investigation within the town. So the employee could technically be going through a third party, getting a qualifying disclosure, but then their concern is still going to be investigated internally within the town. And I maybe need clarification on that, on my understanding of that, unless the clerk, the CAO, and HR determine that an outside investigation that should be required or done. And I'm not sure how that's going to happen and how they would determine the merits of that. So I'm almost a little concerned that in some cases there could be a conflict where if it was a high level director position or whatever, and the CAO is determining who they report to, how that investigation should then proceed, that there could still be a little bit of a potential issue of conflict. So I'm thinking that if a third party discloses a qualifying disclosure, that it should go to the clerk, and the clerk can determine the appropriate investigation process from there. And the clerk can, in consultation with legal or HR, if so deemed, move it forward. But I think that keeps it a bit at arm's length from any relationship issues that may occur with respect to the level of hierarchy. And maybe the consultant who helped prepare this or one of the HR people can help me understand the process once a qualifying disclosure is made when it's through a third party. Thank you.
Dan or Dasha?
Yeah, I'll start and maybe Dasha will jump in. Basically, a third-party disclosure, obviously, it has to loop back to an authority in the organization. So, Councillor, take your comments under advisement. Again, the town clerk usually does go to the CAO office also in addition to the town clerk with the support of HR. But however, I'll defer to Dasha if she wants to add something to that.
Thanks, Dan, and good evening, everybody. Dan, I think that's a complete answer. The only thing I would add is, to some extent, you always have, in the same way that assuming there was no third-party reporting option under this policy, you would still have the authority or the possibility of a third-party investigator being involved, as you said, Councillor. To that extent, obviously, that's additional funds that are invested in retaining somebody to undertake that process, which can be significant. And the town has to have some measure of whether that's happening or not. I too agree that there can be instances of perhaps a clarification where the third-party mechanism or service or person can have some discretion about perhaps who they contact, such as the clerk initially, to actually bring forward their recommendations. But it's difficult to fully avoid, and it certainly wouldn't be commonplace to have them directly trigger another investigation. It does have to come back to the town, if only in an administrative capacity for record keeping. One other thing I would add is, once, obviously something that's that Dan and everybody who's involved with preparing this policy has anticipated, is that once a third party is retained and once the scope of those services is identified, that it's a common service that's provided, and that professional will have some thoughts and ideas about the best way in which those communication channels can occur. So obviously there's quite a bit of due diligence that has to happen, assuming that council is comfortable with this process. So once that happens, that conversation can certainly be had with that service provider to say, how do you know, what's the best way that you usually do this? How do we identify these channels so that everyone is clear on how this happens? And certainly your information will be widely available to everybody as part of the policy. I hope that's helpful.
Thank you.
Councillor Cadwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan, and thank you, Dan, for the report. Very good report. Glad to see it. Just a quick question to you. I know you've been involved with the HR world, working world, for a little while. Have you done a few of these whistleblowing policy reports in your past, Dan? Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I've contributed to some of these policies, but I haven't been involved in a lot of investigations and dealing with matters in the workplace. So I do have quite a bit of experience in that space. I have not worked directly on a whistleblower, but they do have all the kind of the mechanics and structure.
Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you. As I said, good report. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor.
Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the report. Just a further point to the investigation process there. Once a qualifying disclosure is deemed to have occurred, then it goes to CO, the town clerk, in consultation with human resources and legal counsel if needed, shall decide the appropriate investigation process. So my question is to you is that once a qualifying disclosure is deemed to have occurred, is there not an obligation on staff, and now that's been it's deemed to have occurred by a third party, the third party would then support a process happening there. It wouldn't just be squashed, is what I'm getting at. And that's where I think some people's concerns are. If it went to the CO, it's about him and he can just squash the report. But I think the fact that you're going to a third party and they're deeming it to be qualified, that that under occupational health and safety, you would have a duty to act, to look into things. And that's where I think the third party would make sure something happens. Am I correct in saying that?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, if it's a qualifying disclosure and it meets that threshold, we do have an obligation to act as an employer, as an individual, depending on the position in the organization. So again, you can't turn a blind eye. Again, if it's a qualifying disclosure, that's why we have this third party here. We would have to move forward on that. Again, to what degree would be determined, obviously, based on the severity of the actual incident that's being reviewed.
Right, and that's what I thought that I was reading there. So to me, having that third party ensures that the next steps will be taken. So thank you very much.
May I just add something in case it's helpful, Dan? just so that there's a little bit of clarification that I think might be appropriate and helpful, in the sense that there are some actions or possible behaviors, possible situations outlined in this policy that don't necessarily squarely fall under the purview of occupational health and safety, right? There's other kinds of wrongdoings that are possibly identified. So I just want to be a little bit careful about that distinction, because the third party wouldn't necessarily have the obligation to act. It's the organization that would have the obligation to act. And that obligation isn't this under the realm of health and safety. It's not always the same depending on the kind of wrongdoing that's disclosed. And so when Dan says there's an obligation to act, that's certainly accurate. It may be different depending on what the disclosure actually is. So, in not all cases, an investigation may be appropriate, but certainly because of the third party, there's a level of accountability that's created because the third party is aware, they're in the know, that person knows that there's another person looking in saying, okay, what's happening? And I have my eyes on this. So in that sense, it's helpful to provide some certainty.
Thank you, Dasha. Councillor Vardy.
Thank you. I guess when I look at this, I partially understand where you're coming from, but this isn't, to me, this isn't a third party disclosure as much as it is a third party detour, because it goes out and then comes back. And I guess what I'd want it to be clear that if the disclosure was concerning the CAO, then there's a real conflict of interest for this to go back to the CAO for him to decide what action is going to be taken. And given that the CAO is council's employee, could we not write this in such a way? I mean, I fully understand the CA's authority within the organization, but when should the disclosure be about the CAO? Shouldn't that come directly to council as his employer, in the same way that employees would go to, through whatever goes back to the CAO because it's their employees. It's his employees, but he is our employee. So how do we work that? Because the way I see it now, this is just a detour unless you've got that particular fail-safe mechanism in there.
I'll start. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Basically, if there's a concern or serious wrongdoing that involves the CEO, that is to go directly to the town clerk, and she would he would take that concern straight to council for review. So again, it's just more of a carriage perspective, councillor. So that's the intent.
So can that be written into the policy? Can I then make a motion to amend the policy to actually state that? Clerk, I'd like to do that. So there's a motion on the floor. I don't want to preempt my colleagues who also have comments, but earlier we've had motions on the floor, and I'd like
clarification from the clerk.
So Counselor, if you look at in the policy section 4.1, it says where the CAO is suspected of serious wrongdoing, disclosures will be submitted to the town clerk and the HR manager and reviewed by council. So it will go to council.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Yeah, and through you, Mr. Mayor, I just was flipping through, correct. It speaks to that directly, council.
All right, Councillor Frake.
Say that correctly. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry.
Okay, yeah. I think Dan answered my question. I did read through it, but I must have missed that piece. So yeah, and Councillor have already covered most of what I was going to say. One question though is when this comes back, if it's a senior person that comes back to the CAO, the clerk, whatever the case might be, should 2 out of 3 people of those authorizations be concurrent? I mean, should be 2 of them make the decision together rather than only one? I mean, does it have to be only one person to make the decision that they should proceed, or does it have to be 2 people? Maybe Dasha can answer that, or Dan, I'm not sure who.
I'll start there through you, Mr. Mayor. Typically, there would be consultation. It would come into the town clerk, myself, or the CEO may be involved, depending on the nature of the incident or the disclosure. So usually that would be, that's the intent. No one really is the carriage of one individual carrying the whole disclosure themselves. But again, I welcome Dasha's comments on that.
Thanks, Dan. I completely agree with your comments. It would be, effectively, you don't want that to be the fail-safe, that 2 people review it and make a decision. I can tell you 99.9% of these situations, anytime there's a disclosure or an incident or an issue, there's going to be a process that unfolds, which will likely involve consultation with the relevant and necessary professionals, whether those are internal folks that you have or with our firm or anybody else that you deem required. So I actually wouldn't encourage sort of that to be the be all end all to say, okay, well, 2 out of 3 people say that's how it rolls out, and that's how it rolls out. I understand what you're saying, Councillor, in terms of there being clarity, but because there is such a heavy onus considered by this policy for whoever receives the report, and the fact that you even are putting in a whistleblower policy, it's very unlikely that any individual who would receive a qualifying disclosure would sort of make an uninformed decision once that's happened.
Thank you both. The other question is, when we decide, how do we decide on who that third party will be? Is it going to be a request for, the public quotations, or how is that going to be handled? Do we pick the right third party to handle these particular whistleblower requests? And the other part of that same question is, I don't know how we keep it anonymous. It's a small organization. It's very difficult to keep some things anonymous in a small organization. Are there any safeguards we can put into this policy to ensure that that is upheld? So there's 2 questions there. Maybe Dan or Dasha can answer one or both. Thank you.
Yeah. Through you, Mr. Mayor, the latter part, confidentiality is the key in any disclosure. Again, anonymous, we want things to be anonymous, but confidential is the governing factor. And that's what we want to maintain. So again, everyone needs to subscribe to that. These are serious situations. It can be serious incidents, and anyone involved, according to the policy and our code of conduct, must be mindful of that. To your first question, Council, we would go through the procurement process. We do have a Schedule A provision for this type of service. So we'd go out to respected people that can provide this service. We'd have some criteria in mind to ensure that they can meet our requirement. And from there, we would assess. But it'd be looking for some quotes based on what, people that are doing this that would specialize and meet our needs.
And the follow-up to that, then, Dan, is will council be aware of this particular request for these RFPs, or does it come to council at all? I mean, I think it should. I mean, if you're going to be selecting a third-party contractor to do this type of thing, would it come to council for approval as well?
I'll let Mel chime in.
I see Melanie.
She's there.
So we have a Melanie, maybe you can answer it.
Sorry, I can do my best through you, Mayor Jordan, to provide a little more context. So the way that we did look at that and try to make sure that we had the most appropriate approach based on our current bylaw. So this is considered a bit of an expertise or a professional type service. And that is explicitly called out and intended for in our Schedule A, which means we don't go out and do a formal proposal and request formal bids and all of those pieces. We would go out to the specialty firms that do this. It's the same concept when you're looking for an expert in a lawyer in a specific kind of field. There's a limited amount of organizations that do this work. So staff and Dan would lead this work, would survey the market and get quotes at the price point we're looking for. We do think it's about $5,000 to $15,000 potentially a year based. And again, our experience will tell us this over time. But at this point, we would go out get a survey of the organizations that are qualified and ask them to provide a quote and their qualifications, and staff would make a recommendation from that point forward.
Well, would you inform council what the final decision will be, even if it's in closed session? Or is it, or are we left out of the equation altogether?
Through you, Mayor Jordan, I would suggest it's fine for us to inform. I think it's important that the procurement process is independent of council and managed through Dan's office. I think that's the intent of our bylaw in that provision, but I don't have an objection to informing council. We inform council of many other procurements through our biannual reports. So, you know, to the extent that we make that decision, I think information is fine. I think it's important to make sure that it's a distinction that council isn't approving the recommended vendor, that's done objectively through the criteria that's established when we go out and survey the market.
Yeah, I'm only suggesting that council be informed, even if it's in closed session under the circumstances. It may want to be kept confidential who they are. But yeah, just as an information, not for discussion or a big debate or a vote or whatever, just for information purposes, I think that would be a good way to go.
I don't have an objection to that at face value. I can make sure that I'm not missing something in that recommendation, but I think that that's a reasonable request. And unless, you know, I think of some other reason why that's not appropriate, I think we could see that through for you.
So I would think that once that happens, it will be kind of letting us know that the whistleblower policy is in place and everything, and all the right characters and players are in place at the same time. So
I think that's appropriate, Councillor Frank.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, seeing no further questions, need a mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Cadwell, second by Councillor Bothwell.
Can I ask a question? Are we voting on one of the options?
I believe we're voting on option 2.
I thought it was option 1.
It's option 2. I'll read the resolution. Moved by Councillor Cadwell, second by Councillor Bothwell. Resolved that report CORP 22-01 whistleblower policy standalone policy dated January 17th, January 19th, 2022 be received, and that council approve the following option as the Town of Grimsby's whistleblower policy. Option 2, that a standalone employee-based whistleblower policy with an internal and third-party reporting mechanism with associated service provider costs be approved as recommended, and that should council approve approved option 2 offered in this report as the whistleblower policy, staff be directed to update all related corporate policies and proceed with securing a third-party reporting provider. Recorded vote.
Councillor Bothwell,
Yes.
Councillor Dunstall,
Yes.
Councillor Frake,
Yes.
Councillor Cadwell,
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie,
Yes.
Councillor Sharp,
Yes.
Councillor Vane,
Yes.
Councillor Vardy,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
That's carried.
Where are we now? All right, now we're moving to report 7.1B, report CAO 22-01, strategic priorities, 2021 accomplishments. Harry?
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm going to put up a slideshow. I'm going to go through it fairly quickly because I did submit the slideshow in the report. There was 3 appendices and this one was Appendix C. So if I flip through it quickly, it's just because you do have it already and had it for about 10 days. So I'm just going to share the screen. Make sure I do this right. Does everybody see that? You see it, Councilor Mayor?
Yes, it's good. I gave you a thumbs up, but I guess you didn't see that.
Okay, I just wanted on behalf of all 205 staff that have all worked diligently in 2021, very privileged to report to you, the status of how we've been moving the yardsticks on your strategic priorities. I did want to talk a little bit about some of the pandemic supports, both for the community and for staff that we had to do while we were advancing your priorities. And there's a lot of things that went up and beyond the operational day-to-day requirements that I wanted to talk to you a bit about. I have to say, managing a city with maybe 6,000 employees, we as a town of 205 employees have all the same services we need to provide, and had to measure through this pandemic with a very small bench. And again, it was just extraordinary work by council together with staff to achieve what we have. And I want to talk to you a bit about that. Then I'll go very quickly through some of the priorities, how we move the yardsticks, and they're in the appendix. There's a long appendix that I have submitted that really shows more detail. I'm just going to hit some high level items. And then of course, we still have lots of plans moving forward in 2022 to talk to you about, and then conclude it on a teamwork slide. So if you recall, council was inaugurated in 2018 in November. And then in December of 2019, you set some operational priorities to move forward for the balance of the 3 years. You had the courage and bold commitment to approve budgets both in 2020 and 2021 to continue to advance the priorities. And without that help, we'd never be able to achieve what we have. So thank you, council. If you remember some guiding principles, financial management was key, support businesses, as well as heritage and culture and inclusive community. We narrowed it down to about 7 priorities and 22 initiatives. And when I want to talk about the pandemic supports is that, we were constantly moving, and from the community perspective, we had to act quickly, setting up vaccination centers in Grimsby. I don't know if some of you came to town hall, to some of the town hall clinics that we hosted in December and early January. A lot of our staff had to help with that. Our facility staff, our IT staff had to help in the Grimsby Y, if you recall, as well as our Parks and Rec staff. We developed some new tools to help the community while our town hall was closed quite a bit. We provided lots of business support, working with the chamber. And then of course, we initiated a local buy program. But I think the big thing was just how many adjustments we had to make just day to day on our operations. I don't want to use the word pivot because everybody else has, but we just had to move and shift and constantly adjust our operations. When we look at the staff support, again, we had EOC meetings. We probably spent 5,000 hours of effort, 500 hours in the EOC, but 5,000 hours of effort to modify some of our operations. We really worked a lot on workplace safety and wellness, setting up, making it easy for our staff to get vaccinated. The work arrangements that we made, like Councilor Vardy had mentioned earlier, we've been adjusting them constantly to make sure that our staff are safe in our operations and in town hall. And then mental health has taken its toll on our staff, much like it has on many people in the community. And we provided some supports this past year and will continue to do so this year. When we look at going beyond, again, the small town resources, generating some cool things, probably what we did this year more than ever in the last 2 years, unprecedented amount of funding from upper levels of government. This required not only consistent follow-up delegations, both by council members and the mayor, follow-ups, but also we had to fill out applications, sometimes maybe 2-3 times to get these grants. But I can say that this is unprecedented over the last year and a half that we've gotten over $33 million of funding from upper levels of government that have helped some major amenities move forward. And many of us talk about the need for infrastructure, and we have done very well there as well. This didn't come without a lot of effort. This didn't come by chance. There was a lot of applications, lots of follow-ups. So I want to thank council and staff for this. We also looked at, in a year that it was tough on us to modernize the way we provide some services. We applied for those modernization grants, and meeting with the minister, he said we were one of the few small municipalities that kept applying for them and kept getting them. He had to actually remind other mayors in the province to apply for these initiatives, and we were able to do that and secure some funding. We're looking at different ways through shared services of providing our services. And then I have to say that, our staff team and Parks and Rec really moved quickly, and hometown hockey was supposed to come in Q1 2022. And then they asked us to do it in November and move quickly because there was always this feeling that we got to lift the spirit of our community. So, you know, even though it took a tremendous amount of effort, we felt it was important to lift the spirits of the community. And we were one of the very few communities in the province that actually did a real-time parade. And many of you that attended that saw the success of that. And it did really lift the spirits prior to Christmas. We also keep trying to move the team forward. We did one of the, you know, in the last 20 years, a major compensation review. We modernized our performance management. We modernized our employee recognition. We've done a tremendous amount of leadership development, both with our directors as well as with our people leaders. We had a couple people leaders who we call people that supervise staff. We have about 27 of them, and we continue to provide the development for that group. And then with the offices, my office of the CAO, and I met with all staff, every single staff member, to generate values of the corporations, things that meant something to them. And we developed these values that we are now promoting on a day-to-day requirement. What's really important about these values is they came from the bottom up. They weren't CLT or myself sitting in a room. They were actually developed by staff, line staff, operational staff in roads and parks, and really helped contribute to this. And so we just continue to build on, you know, different space planning to promote hybrid work. And we've been doing a lot of that. We do nothing without our people, and we've worked really hard in this area over the last year. On priority one, we did on responsible development, many firsts, community benefits working group for the Winston neighborhood, a first ever urban design panel that really helped us improve the Century Condos development. And then of course, they've agreed to develop our first geothermal building. So just some highlights under that priority, and more of the details at the end in the appendix. When we talked about business, you know, we were very fortunate to have 2 businesses consolidate in the Grimsby commercial building, Casablanca commercial building, 100 new jobs there. We initiated the first ever business retention and expansions strategy. We also had the Niagara Workforce Planning Board come and do a situation analysis of value propositions that Grimsby may offer. And all of this data will now help us drive an economic development strategy that we're driving forward this year. Just today, we had 12 CEOs across the bigger corporations meet with us on helping us devise the economic development strategy, and that'll continue out this year. We also looked a lot at how could we get some money and funding for Digital Main Street, help some of our businesses modernize in the digital branding. We also acquired another grant to help with My Main Street downtown. And then when we look at accountability and transparency, we had a very responsible tax increase in 2021. It was about 1.81. And we significantly improved our reporting. We were behind on some of our financial reporting. The province, we're all up to date now. We're getting quarterly variance reporting in a timely manner to help us adjust our business on the fly. We're also, you know, working together very hard with everyone to develop surpluses in times of a really trying year. We're forecasting a 2021 surplus. So even though our reserves were substantially depleted before this council came in, we've really started to move them up. We're still not where we need to be, but significant improvement of 5.5 million on the levy and 2.4 million on the rate over the last 2 years. We're still behind in some areas, but a significant improvement. We've also modernized some of our financial practices. We've streamlined the hierarchy of the finance team. We flattened the organization to provide more accountability downward in the corporation. We also brought in some digital tools like the P-card that's eliminating thousands of manual transactions. When we look at the ward boundary review that many of you are involved in, you know, modified that since 1993. There was a lot of public interaction, a lot of support from council, and that bylaw passed on June 7th to prepare us for the election, upcoming election. We also started to look at some of our bylaws and modify some of those and revise some of our policies that needed some updating as well. When we look at diversity, equity, and inclusion, the Indigenous Land Acknowledgement was formed this year. We had a people leadership meeting with 34 people on some training that was provided to us. And the Joint Accessibility Committee had ranked Grimsby as one of the top municipalities for ADA compliance, and we're on track to meet the 2025 requirements. You also asked us to really reach out to the public like we never have before. And these numbers, with the investment of Let's Talk Grimsby through Bang the Table, have really excelled and provided a much more interface than we've ever had in the town of Grimsby. So some good feedback as well. When you look at transportation and road safety, you know, when I look at the uptake of NRT on demand, it's just been amazing. When we started back in August of or September of 2020, we had 704 rides, and now we're getting up to 2,600 rides per month. The uptake has been incredible. We were one of the last municipalities to provide some type of transportation service, and we've actually exceeded so many of the other municipalities that have been running this for 3 to 5 years. We've agreed to move forward on a integrated transit system that will really send a signal, positive signal to the province to continue with the all-day go at Casablanca. And then, of course, some of the great work, you know, Bill Thompson did with our team on Emily 911, and a lot of traffic studies that have been conducted over the last year. On heritage and culture, we had a 65% increase in the municipal heritage register. We had the 6 properties pursuing designation. Our Grimsby Museum and Art Gallery are working on a strategic plan for 2022-2026. Some good progress there. When we look at environment, tremendous amount of work thanks to council investing in Caroline and trees planting. A lot of staff participated in some planting in the community. Shoreline protection we continue to invest in. The mayor is part of a federal team working on climate change. I was nominated to be part of that team. We also have some development charges set aside for continued studies moving forward. So tremendous progress on the environment side. When we look at community amenities, you know, the funding that we received to help the library and art gallery with the HVAC system, the much used Gibson Bridge, pedestrian bridge, we got funding for that, and construction will be starting on that in this year. And then, of course, who could not forget the Peach King Center expansion, $21 million, receiving $16 million from upper levels of government. And then all the work that the mayor and the council and the other 2 mayors from Lincoln and West Lincoln did to help us advocate to get some regional funding, about $12.1 million for the West Lincoln Memorial Hospital, and all of our local contributions that we've put in. We continue to work with the hospital on our planning side and really hoping to see that construction started in Q2 of 2022. When looking at 2022, just at a glance, I didn't list everything, but there's still a tremendous amount of work on the docket to continue to advance your priorities. And this is really what's going to be really important in 2022 is everybody in the community is exhausted with what we've gone through over the last 2 years, and so is our staff. So we really have to work hard as a leadership team and as a council to retain our top talent and attract top talent where we have some gaps. It's all about our staff, and I feel that everybody's had a chance to reevaluate their life, their lifestyle, their career paths, and we really need to be that employer of choice. So we continue to advance priorities and make Grimsby great. So to conclude, I have to say that for a small team of 205, adjusting to what has been hitting us over the last year, and the success is really due to the teamwork. I have to say, council, you set a great direction for us in the 2019 priorities. You were bold and courageous in funding those initiatives. And then our team together has advanced those. And I would say all 205 of our staff have been involved in this. And, you know, when you're rowing together and, you know, you've allowed us with the committee of the whole that all our staff are there for the community, not just the department. Our leadership team is going much beyond just being subject matter experts, but being leaders in our community. And when we're all rowing together, you certainly is effortless and you really start to move things along. And I really have to thank the council and all of our 205 staff too. And it's a privilege to show you what we've accomplished in 2021. So thank you very much.
Thank you for that presentation, Harry. A very good job. Any questions or comments from council? Councilor Ritchie?
Thank you, through the mayor. I want to thank you for this presentation. I can remember back in 2018 when we had no CO and we made our own delegations. And I believe that building some of those foundations and those relationships have come a long way. As we can see today, so far, $33 million in grant money. I think it's fantastic. And I'm excited when I look through one of the grants says to be announced, and that's for $1.9 million. So when I look at some of when I think of some of the things that could be involved in the municipality, I'm very excited. Don't know what they are. We'll wait. Of course, with a lot of these things, it comes with an announcement with whoever's providing the grant money. And they want to come and make a great announcement. So I just want to say, again, I think when you build a solid foundation, and again, from my knowledge, and I could be wrong in stating this, I don't recall, and maybe Councillor Cadwell could speak to something like this, or Councillor Dunstall in the past. I don't remember Grimsby making a lot of delegations and going and talking to ministers and so forth and pushing Grimsby's agenda forward. But maybe they have. I didn't hear a lot about it, but I'm just glad that we've done that. And we've taken that approach of being proactive instead of reactive. And when you are proactive and you're prepared, great things can happen. And I think it's a testament to all of council that's worked hard on these on our strategic priorities and our initiatives. So I just want to say thank you very much for this report, and I look forward to future announcement. Thank you.
Councillor Cadwell.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jordan. And thank you, CAO Schlank, for this report. It's a great news story. It truly is. Just as I was reading through, I was taking down some notes, so I'm going to refer to my notes a little bit. But I just want to say thanks to the staff and yourself and council. Obviously, this doesn't all. There's all the pieces to the puzzle here, and it's to me it looks like it's really come together for the great accomplishments that we've achieved as a team. And yeah, and as Councillor Ritchie mentioned, I'm in my 16th year on council, and I have not seen the funding that we've been able to achieve in this term in the past. And this is again a true testament to the hard work of staff putting the presentations together. It's nice to go to been to many AMO conferences, Roma, OSUM. You know what? And there's not it's just a whole different feel and positive direction that I've witnessed from what we weren't doing that in the past. So I'm not going to belabor much more, but truly thank you very much, CAO Schlank. It's a great report, and it's great when you get this kind of money from the upper tier levels of government. Thank you.
Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan, and I'd like to reiterate most of Councillor Cadwell's comments, especially with all the grant money and funding that we're getting for us as a town. The report is extremely refreshing, extremely well organized, and reflects on how well organized the organization is now. It is I used to say it's a $50 million corporation. I think it's probably closer to 60 now, thanks to inflation. Nasty word, let's not use that. But I just want to say that I believe the town is better for it. We have accomplished a lot, and thank you, CAO Schlank and staff, for all the hard work, especially through 2 years of a pandemic. It's a pretty incredible report, considering we could be listening to somebody complaining about how tough it's been because of all the problems that the pandemic created, but this is such a positive report. It's just, as again I said, it's very refreshing, and thank you again.
Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, and I forgot to mention too that, we look at these reports and when we're looking at them, we also don't see all the things that we've also accomplished as well, such as the Grimsby Diamond. Just on that topic alone, when you think about that, we used to have so many accidents there and causing serious accidents, causing serious injuries. And again, through early delegations, meeting with ministers and so forth, we're able to get a plan in place and accomplish. And I don't know the numbers. I think Councillor Cadwell might speak to them, but we've been able to reduce the number of accidents on that Grimsby Diamond tenfold. So those accomplishments too are not even mentioned in this. And I just, again, wanted to say thank you to all the staff. Thank you to the CAO. Thank you to council. Thank to everyone. You couldn't ever imagine having a first term of council and accomplishing all these things. So thank you to everyone.
Councillor Cadwell.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Ritchie, for bringing up the diamond. It was a lot of good hard work by staff, by council support too, with this new council. But yeah, I just want to say to the public, and we have another kick at the cat. We have the Roma, it's Roma conference is next week, and I believe myself and Mayor Jordan will be attending with staff. So here we go again, another round with the upper tier provincial government to showcase Grimsby and try to get some good funding for the town of Grimsby. Thank you.
Thank you, Teague. No further questions. I just again want to thank you, CAO Schlang, for this report, and most of all, thank our 205 staff because we did this with each and every one of them along with this council. So thank you very much. Need a mover and seconder to receive the report. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Frake. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that report CAO 22-01 Council Strategic Priority Accomplishments 2021 dated January 17th, 2022 be received. All in favor?
Yes, for a recorded vote.
Sure. Recorded vote.
Councillor Bothwell,
Yes.
Councillor Dunstall,
Yes.
Councillor Frake,
Yes, even though it was unanimous.
Councillor Cadwell,
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie,
Yes, and I'd like it recorded.
Councillor Sharp,
Yes.
Councillor Vane,
Yes.
Councillor Vardy,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
that's carried.
All right, now we're moving to report 8.1A, report DRS 22-01 Peach King Center expansion report. Welcome, Sarah. Thanks for waiting till past 10 o'clock.
My pleasure. Thanks, Mayor Jordan and members of council, and Happy New Year to all of you, which this is our first meeting since January. I'll keep my comments on the report fairly brief, as I know we are 4 hours in and I stand between the end of your meeting. Much of the content that's in this report this evening has been in previous reports and also in our council workshop. However, the report is intended to formalize our commitment to the Strategic Priorities Infrastructure Fund, part of that significant grant funds we've received in the 2020 year. That is a fund, of course, with the province of Ontario and also to endorse the Peach King Center expansion capital project. In October 2021, we received the initial project reporting content from the province, and the staff as a team working with our finance team as well explored the funding strategy for the project. And a really good news story is that this $22 million project is 98% funded through grant funding and development charges, which is really significant. And it is, I believe, also the largest grant funded project that the municipality has received as a single source. So that's really exciting. Next steps for our project is to have a bylaw confirming the commitment to the funding agreement. That comes through this report this evening, and also a bylaw that will be following. Our next steps also include obtaining project management services, which will be a really critical next step in the project's success. And then developing some communication resources that we'll be sharing in the community. We will be using the Let's Talk Grimsby platform to share the progress and successes of the project, and also receiving feedback and having opportunities for contributions. Lastly, I just want to say that this is a tremendous project for the community. We frequently had people when we were open coming in and talking about the walking track and the indoor leisure spaces, improvements to the dressing rooms, and the project as a whole. And it was really just great to see how many community members are really excited to see this project progress, and we're really excited about it. COVID-19 has taught us a lot of lessons, and one of those lessons is the importance of recreation, social connections, and wellness, and this project really advances those opportunities for our community. So I want to thank you for your support, which goes way back to September 2019, if you can believe it, when we initially talked about submitting this grant project, and we are excited to share the progress with you as we move along the path.
Thank you very much for that report, Sarah. Really nice to hear that it's 98% funded. I really like hearing that. Questions or comments from council? Seeing none, need a mover and seconder for the report. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Bothwell. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Bothwell. Resolved that report DRS 22-01, Peach King Center Expansion Report Strategic Priorities Infrastructure Funding Agreement dated January 17, 2022 be received for information, and that council endorse the Peach King Center Expansion Capital Project at an initial gross cost of $21,900,000, utilizing the existing concept plan as the basis for the project with the draft funding strategy provided within this report, and that the project be included in the 2022 to 2025 capital budget submitted to council for approval annually, and that the draft bylaw attached as Appendix A being a bylaw to authorize the Strategic Priorities Infrastructure Funding Agreement with the Province of Ontario for funding of the Peach King Center Expansion Project in the amount of $16,063,229.82 be forwarded to council for approval, and that staff proceed with issuing a request for proposal for a project manager who would work on behalf of and under the direction of the town to provide leadership and project management expertise on the delivery of all phases and aspects of the Peach King Center expansion project. All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you so much, Sarah. Have a good evening. All right, now we're moving to report 10.2, or sorry, item 6.4A, draft bylaw on shared hearing officers. Councillor Bothwell, I think you wanted to speak on that.
Thank you. I just had a question for Mr. Bosey, please. And I hope I'm saying that right. Henry, how do I say your last name properly?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's pronounced Bose.
Bose, I'm
like the
sorry.
sound system.
Thank
Just
you.
with an extra E. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bose. So just a question. We originally had a bylaw in place with Thorold that was, when I was looking at the previous bylaw, it stated that we would pay to Thorold $500 annually, payable upon execution of the agreement, and then on January 1st of each year. So it was $500 a year plus 50% of the amount of all administrative penalties payable arising out of hearings held by the hearing officer. And then though the transactions, the reconciliation was to be due and payable on a quarterly basis. It also said that the agreement shall remain in force in effect from 2019 until and including 2020. There was no dates in the copy that I found online. And then it said, should Grimsby and Thorold mutually agree that the agreement is viable for both parties, this agreement shall be automatically renewed on its expiry date for an additional 5-year period. So I just wanted to, if you could clarify, because there was no attachment, what the new agreement looks like with Robertson Rutherford prosecutions. And your report mentions that the financial impact will be a savings compared to our last agreement with Thorold. So if you can explain what the savings is and how are we getting out of this? Was it automatically renewed? And do we have to break an agreement we currently have with Thorold to enter into this new one? Thank you.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, at this time, we were approached by the town of Pelham for potential shared service agreement for hearing officer services. At the time, we did have a meeting with Thorold, and we had agreed mutually that we would all jump onto this shared service agreement because the previous shared service agreement with the city of Thorold was just for parking related matters. And now with the introduction of AMPS for our property standards, noise and clean yards bylaws, and it being seen in other municipalities, we would be able to hear parking and non-parking related matters for a better cost and have 2 hearings a month compared to 1 hearing a month. So in relation to the amount of service that we would receive comparative to our deal or our previous agreement with Thorold, it would be a savings because we would have to look for hearing officer services for non-parking related matters as well. So this would combine them for a total of approximately $650 to $750 annually, and we would have 2 hearings per month. So that'd be a total of 24 hearings per year, and be able to hear parking and non-parking related matters.
Thank you. Just to follow up on that, if I could, Mayor. So how are we handling the non-parking related matters previously then, and what were we paying for those?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, at this current time, we have not had a hearing for a non-parking related matter. So we are just planning to make sure that we have that available when the time does arise that we do have that come forward.
So I don't see how we're having a savings when we're going from 500 to 650 to 750 a year.
So we would have to look for a hearing officer for non-parking related matters on top of our deal with Thorold for parking related matters, because Rutherford prosecutions would not be able to hear our non-parking related matters at this time, and we would have to basically contract her out, not in agreement with the previous agreement that we did have. And we're just receiving some, I'm just going to take a quick look in the report because we did have some other municipalities jump on board just recently. That's why the current agreement is not included, because we did have some mistakes and we did have some municipalities that did want to join in after. So we do unofficially, the cost is $550 a month, or sorry, annually, but that agreement will be brought forward once it is complete, once this draft bylaw has been approved by council.
Can we defer this to a meeting where you can provide both the new draft agreement and the draft bylaw?
At this time, we didn't want to disrupt the current process that we have with the other municipalities, as there is a time crunch to have this in effect for the end of February, but that is definitely something that we can take a look into.
I'm just concerned that we are entering into an agreement with this company, and it's between just us and the town. It's not with the 8 municipalities. So I'm a little confused as to why we would enter into an agreement between Rutherford Prosecutions and the town of Grimsby when it's actually an agreement with 8 municipalities. So I'm just confused. I haven't seen what's coming forward. And I think if it's a joint agreement and we shouldn't be passing a bylaw that just makes us the key party entering into this agreement. So can I ask, please, clerk and mayor, if we could please defer this item to the next meeting for staff to bring forward a little bit more clarity and perhaps the tentative or draft agreement with the multiple municipalities, just so we have something as a reference document.
DAO, I see your hands up.
Mayor, can we bring that to council directly at the next February 7th with those answers? Then that way we don't have to wait another committee of the whole, another council. Is this is committee of the whole? Can we bring those answers to directly to the council meeting in 2 weeks for ratification?
It is provide the backup documentation, CEO?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm good with that.
So do we amend that? Okay, all right. All right, so I have the resolution. And there is extra direction here that will be, the clerk assures me that it'll be responded to. Need a mover and seconder for the resolution? Moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Frake. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that report BYL 22-01 draft bylaw for shared hearing officer services dated January 19th, 2022 be received, and that the proposed draft bylaw attached as Appendix A appointing Rutherford Prosecutions as the hearing officer with respect to administrative monetary penalty systems for both parking and non-parking related offenses be approved, repealing bylaw number 19-20. All in favor?
Mayor, that's not the
Yes.
motion. That's not the motion that I asked to be brought forward. I asked to defer it to the
Okay.
council. I asked to defer this item to the council meeting.
Okay. All right, so defer it directly to council on February
7th, right?
7th. Okay,
That's at that time that the CEO attested that they would provide the backup documentation I'd requested prior to us voting on it.
all right, I think we've got it right, correct now.
Thank you.
What are the movements and seconders? Moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that
Point of order, Mayor
report.
Jordan.
Yes,
We can still have discussion. I didn't hear a seconder for Council Bothwell's motion to defer. So I'd like to speak. Thank you.
I'll second the motion.
yeah, so we have,
So I should have been allowed
We-
to speak before it was seconded.
no. Yeah. Yeah, I have a mover and seconder. I have Councillor Dunstall and Councillor Frake.
Yeah, I
That was
second.
when we were under the impression that it was we're going back to the original motion.
Well, then I have
And that's what you read. for
Then
the
I have
first
Councillor
seconder.
Bothwell and Councillor Frake then. Because Councillor Frake did second the motion. He raised his
No,
hand.
you read the motion that was first, moved in second.
Yeah,
and now
and
you're saying
and Councillor
that
Bothwell
Councillor
asked for a
Bothwell's motion-
deferral. And
No, there
Councillor
was no
Frake,
seconder for the deferral.
Yes, I did.
No, there was not. Want to go back to the tape and look?
Point of order. Can we try to be polite here?
I am being polite.
No, your tone is not
I'm
polite.
being very polite.
No, if you were my son, I'd smack your bottom.
That's being rude.
so the clerk's clarified here that Councillor Bothwell moved it, Councillor Frake seconded it, and I'll read it. Resolved that report BYL 22-01 be deferred to the February 7th council meeting. All in favor?
Record a vote, please.
Councillor Bothwell,
Yes.
Councillor Dunstall,
No,
Councillor Frake,
Yes.
Councillor Cadwell,
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie,
No.
Councillor Sharp,
Yes.
Councillor Vane,
No.
Councillor Vardy,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
that's carried.
All right, now we're moving to report 10.2A, report BYL 22-02, extending the discharge of firearms and bows bylaw number 2186 into the lake. Henry?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to speak quickly about my report and just kind of summarize what we had come to. So this report was to be provided for council for information purposes for the possible extension of the discharge of firearms and bows bylaw number 2186 into Lake Ontario. So with communication with our solicitor, we did find that we do have the legal authority to extend this bylaw into Lake Ontario for the sole purpose of public safety and not to limit someone's individual right to hunt. So at this time, we're just looking at a issue and concern with potential lack of resources to properly enforce this bylaw if council wish to carry on with this possible extension into Lake Ontario. So with this lack of resources, we could possibly see if someone was to discharge their boat in another municipality, or they were to discharge in a zone where bylaw enforcement staff would not be able to properly track down the vehicle that it originated from, we would have to complete the investigation completely from shore. So that shore-based investigation would be very limited because of not being able to go and actually speak to the individuals and being actually able to track down the potential offenders. So at this time, staff recommends that we make no changes to the current discharge of firearms and bows bylaw number 2186 because of lack of resources and the potential ineffective investigation leading to a false sense of enforcement. Thank you.
Questions or comments from council? Councillor Bothwell?
Thank you. I was surprised to see the report considering my motion hadn't been considered yet and recommending that staff do one. So it was kind of interesting to see one prepared regardless. But I think the issue about enforcement and having to be done after the fact or getting information and collating it from shore, it's not unusual. There are 10 to 13 municipalities that have a similar bylaw with extensions into Lake Ontario. And as well, in fact, the Ministry of Natural Resources and the Canadian Wildlife Service, when I asked them about enforcement, mentioned that it's often very difficult when you call the tips line for MNR or a boat to go out there and respond to actually a hunting violation under the Wildlife Act or under the Fish and Wildlife Act or under the Migratory Birds Conservation Act. And often what they will end up doing is asking for the information as much as can be gathered by the observer, as much detail as possible, and they do a follow-up after the fact anyway. It's often, it's not something that you're going to find, you're going to get an immediate response in many of these cases. So just the fact that there may be some information has to be gathered after the fact or at the scene or whatever that is not actually on the water, that's not an unusual event. And in fact, a number of bylaw officers said that's how they would respond to it if should it occur, which there haven't been documented cases of hunters being disrespectful of those types of bylaws to date. So let's hope that it doesn't happen, but just putting it in the bylaw doesn't mean by saying, well, we can't enforce it. It's if somebody spits in a park, I think we have a fine for that. And are you going to catch them doing it? And how are you going to prove it? So it's like, it's there, it's meant to be respected. And I just say that I think saying that we don't have a way to enforce it is not, doesn't dispute the fact that the municipality can do it and make it an effective tool. Thank you.
Councillor Vardy.
Well, I guess a couple of things. When you're talking about, it's difficult to enforce. There are jurisdictions we can report to. These aren't like bank robbers. Like they're out on the lake for a couple hours at a time. You can just wait for them to come back because eventually they got to come back, get in their cars. So I don't see that enforcement is such an issue. The other thing is, it would seem that hunters are quite compliant when it comes to following the rules. We haven't had a problem with hunting before, and until we had this new bylaw. So obviously hunters were aware of the rules and respected them. So I think misnomers is kind of a misnomer. It doesn't really matter. And I think that, the presentation that we had from Adam Mottershead, was quite clear in terms of what we legally can do and, who has the authority to follow up. So,
Go ahead, sweetie, go to bed. Okay. Right here, she's getting into bed.
Okay. Sorry, I'll let her get into bed and then I'll finish. So basically, I really don't see the point of the report. And to say that, you don't have a rule because it's hard to enforce, it's like saying, why have speed limits? Because people might go over them unless cops are there to watch them. I mean, to me, what the recommendation in the report doesn't really make any sense. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Henry, for your report. And I respect what you're saying, but I do agree with our previous councillors that have spoken already that I think, and as we heard tonight, we had a dozen delegations, and I don't remember seeing that many delegations before in the 8 years I've been on council. So I think the community is being quite concerned about what's been going on the lake. And I think most hunters, from those that have spoken tonight, are law abiding. So if we put in a bylaw that prevents them from hunting on the lake, then I think they won't hunt on the lake. There's always going to be the odd offender, but I think that would curtail most of the problem. And we haven't addressed the one delegation who is concerned about the bow on in Ward 4, using a crossbow in Ward 4 in that wooded area that she spoke of, and I think that needs to be addressed too. I mean, I think these are legitimate concerns, and the 26th of January is Mental Health Day with Bell Canada, and we've got to think about people's mental health. If somebody's wandering around with a crossbow in the woods adjacent to a park, I think I'd have concerns if my kids were playing in the park, whether it was dangerous or not. I think I'd still have concerns. So I think we need to address it accordingly. Thank you.
Councillor Bain.
Thank you. I have a number of issues and concerns here. Not only did we not have all delegations against hunting tonight, we had some that were trying to educate us. Rob Wiersma is in my mind anyways, is somebody I would normally go to for hunting opinions, because he's actually, he does a lot of hunting, culling of coyote for the province throughout the winters and stuff like that. And he did speak tonight. I think one of the biggest points, and I think it was Blake Schmerler, I think said, that it really comes down to an education thing. And a lot of people talk tonight about, well, the poor birds, or we're shooting the wrong birds, or we're doing this, we're doing that. And I think and I totally agree. Don't get me wrong. Like what Councillor Dunstall just said, I totally agree. I've had a couple of emails from people saying that, like we wake up and they hear the gunshots and they're not used to it. But I tried to put this into perspective of different things. And I was trying to think of something in my own life that I could relate to. And I think if I look at drugs, for example, over my career, I have handled literally hundreds of pounds of narcotics, cocaine, heroin, fentanyl, all kinds of stuff. And the average person would not be comfortable doing that, but it's second nature to me because that's what I've done for a career. And I think as the other councillors have already clearly stated, the hunters are very respectful. A number of people made comments about the OFAH. Sorry, I think I said that wrong. Anyways, it's the old Ontario Fishery and Hunters Association. They're actually a very excellent organization, and I say that because I belong to it, and that they actually do a lot of conservation. They do a lot of restocking of fish and stuff like that. They're very conscious about what they hunt and stuff like that. I just think there's two sides to this story, and we're reacting to an emotional side, and I get it. Nobody wants to have guns blasting in front of their house, but like Rob said, he thought he heard gunshots and he goes out and finds a roofer doing it. How many times have we heard firecrackers and think it's gunshots? I do think there's got to be a happy medium here, and I think setting a distance is fair. To ask Henry or any of his staff to go sit on the beach and wait 4 hours for a boat to come in so that they can write them a ticket, I don't think is reasonable. As I believe it was Councillor Bothwell said, MNR just does not have the manpower to do that, to go out in a boat and get it out there and go track these other boats down. It's just, we've got to find some kind of a happy medium here. If we go and outlaw this completely, we're damaging businesses that have made a business of doing this. As far as I want to address 2 points that were raised by the delegations. One is about the hunters who have been rude or threatening or whatever else. The first thing I'd be doing is calling the police. If somebody threatens you, call the police. Like, that's not something you have to take. To come to council and complain that somebody did it to you is not going to do anything. You should be calling the police for that. And then one lady showed a bird that she claims is protected bird. There's a special law in Canada called CITES, which protects endangered species. If you believe somebody has killed an endangered species, contact the ministry. I mean, there's so many options here. I'm a little, I don't know. I just, some of the comments were made today were very emotional and all that, and I get that, but I do believe we have to be fair here and look at both sides of this story. I do believe that we do need a distance. But as Rob said, the way he was talking, it sounds like they were outside the distance. But anyway, and like Henry says, we don't have the ability to enforce it. Are we going to call Niagara Regional Police and hope they can send their boat down from Niagara Falls? Are we going to call OPP? Are we going to call Ministry? None of them are going to be able to come. I don't want to give people the false hope that we're creating a law and it's going to solve the problem and everybody's going to be happy because they don't believe it's true. I honestly, while most hunters will respect a bylaw, there's going to be the odd bad one, but there's the odd bad one anywhere. So, I mean, any company has a bad person. So I just think we need to really think about this a little bit more. That's all I'm saying. Thank you.
Councillor Ritchie.
Through the mayor, yeah, I have to agree with Councillor Vane's comments. I'm not saying that we shouldn't be looking at doing something, but again, we as a municipality don't have the tools to enforce a bylaw. And yeah, we could call Niagara Regional Police. Yeah, we got a great picture of the Sea-Doos and their boat. But as everyone knows, it's a specialized unit. They have Lake Erie, the Niagara Upper and Lower Niagara River, and Lake Ontario all to contend with. And yeah, maybe they'll come, maybe they won't. But we shouldn't be passing something that, that we don't have, like for us, the resources. We could go 300 meters. By the sounds of things, it's not even going to affect it when they're 360 meters outside the boundary. Again, some of the information there, I've never seen or heard of a crossbow. I've talked to my friends who are hunters all the time that can shoot 500 meters. That's quite the distance. They say at best 60 meters. That's why the law states you have to be 100 meters from any property line. So when I look at our code of conduct, should we pass a bylaw to create a false sense of enforcement or to create to give people peace of mind, but at the end, it may not change a single thing. I don't know if our code of conduct says we should knowingly mislead the public. So we do something and say, yeah, that's what it is. I think we need a lot more information on this, a lot more to find out how exactly we're going to enforce it before we look at doing anything. If we don't have a plan on how we're going to enforce it, then I think we're going down the wrong path. That's what I believe.
Councillor Sharp.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Jordan. When we passed this bylaw, and we did a lot of consultation, when I passed this bylaw, my intent was not to allow hunting on Lake Ontario. The intent was to loosen some rules in the rural areas and not to have people shooting shotguns off of boats. It just wasn't my intent, right? And I didn't know what would happen, but it did. And so we have people that are out here, and I can see the residents don't want that. And I mean, okay, there's some argument that hunting is a right, and I don't want to get into that, but I think that we can change this bylaw to enforce or to include portions of Lake Ontario. And I want to make a point, like we can enforce it. I understand that from what our staff report brought, but there's other things we can enforce too, like speeding. We're not allowed, a bylaw officer is not allowed to stop a moving vehicle. Right? So we can't enforce a speed bylaw. So we make speed bylaws, and we ask the Niagara Regional Police to enforce them. And we also write bylaws, in our parks, in our town, that the Niagara Regional Police can come and enforce. We have a bylaw. I don't fully agree with it, but it's to stop people from being in the parks before and after dark. And at night, we don't really have bylaw on staff, but so if you get, and it's mostly teenagers, when you get groups of teens hanging out in parks, at 9 p.m., the Niagara Regional Police can pull in, and the teens will say, hey, listen, leave us alone. We're just in the park. And they'll say, no, there's a bylaw in the town of Grimsby that says you can't be in this park. And then, so you get, when I was a teenager, they gave you a $75 ticket. I think it's like $205 now. It's inflation we were talking about earlier, but it's another example where we ask the police to enforce our bylaws, and we're not like depending on them, but we are. So I think that we could change this bylaw to include Lake Ontario. When it comes to bow hunting in the rural parts on the west end of town, I mean, I don't have any skin. I don't see why we need to keep bow hunting there. It's not, but so in that park that we're talking about on the west end, that's my neighborhood. Right? I have a 1, a 3, and a 5-year-old, and I send them to that park, right? And I'm not worried about their safety. I'm worried that they'll get poison ivy or like, that they throw a rock at each other. They're kids, but it's just really, I don't think it's as big a risk, or even that there's any risk, but I don't see why the bylaw has to stay. Why do we need bow hunting there? I had Henry just make a really rudimentary map of like where the hunting is actually allowed when you extend the 100-meter boundary. And it's like these 2 narrow strips. You're not allowed to shoot at or anything on the areas. And it's like, a hunter could be there with a bow or a crossbow. They'd be in an open field shooting at nothing. There's no deer there. Like, it's not really logical. But if changing the bylaw to remove that, if it makes people feel better, then because I don't think there's a huge benefit to having it, like I'm not going to stand against it if that makes people feel better. Although I don't think it actually reduces any risk, because I think there is no risk. An arrow might be able to travel, 500 meters in like perfect, if you shoot it up and into the air, and like it can, but when it gets to the 500 meters, it stops all on its own. It's got no more energy left. And if it hits a rock or a branch or something, that branch takes a lot of the energy out of that tree, and so does the rock. And so, those are valid points. It's like a 1 in a million or even less. It's possible. So I'm not going to say that I'm against it. My quick question, sorry about speaking too long. When will we change it? Will we change it tonight? Or will we ask for a report how to change this? Or like, we shouldn't shoot from the seat, but do we want to change this bylaw right now, tonight? And can someone answer that from the town staff?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, if council wishes the discharge of firearms and bows bylaw to be changed, we can take that direction and bring a report to council if that is council's wish.
So that's not tonight. So we should send it back and you guys will bring us a report. I mean, because I just talked for a few minutes, but we should probably have like some real information on this. So I'd be happy to move that, but
Councillor Sharp, I would second a motion that would repeal 2186, revert to 2062, and that we have some public engagement take place to review the bylaw.
So I'm not making a motion to repeal.
For you, Mr. Mayor, I've also sent a motion to the clerk to that effect.
Mayor Jordan, I know that's not the motion that I'm making.
Councillor Sharp has the floor right now.
Yeah, and I've been long, so I will be quick, but I'm not making a motion to repeal the bylaw. I'm recognizing that we should change it, and I make a motion that we should change the bylaw, but with whatever support from staff that would require. So no, I'm not making that motion. I'd like to make the motion that we
Councillor Sharp, we're going to move on with the speakers. Your time's
Can I
up
make a
for your
motion?
you could do it on your second round.
Point of
That's
order,
fine.
Mayor Jordan is in the
Mayor
middle
Jordan,
of
please.
making a motion.
Yeah, I'm making a motion. The timer beeps, but do I have a seconder? I made a motion to refer it to staff for a
second it.
change to the bylaw. Mayor Jordan, we recognize that. Thank you.
Point of clarity, can you make a motion when it's just during a report?
Yeah. And
So
I just did.
asking,
So
I'm asking the clerk, Councillor Sharp.
okay, sorry.
So I have a clarification from the clerk. It can be referred back to staff right now, but is that what you want to do, Councillor Sharp?
Yeah, I'd like to refer it to staff to bring us a recommendation on how to change the bylaw with regards to Lake Ontario and the West End bows. And I'm sorry, I know I've gone over my limit, but the one last thing is when we talk about the ministry that can come down, and they can't always be here to enforce it, but when they come, they can take your vehicle, they can take your boat. Like, it's like, wow, you don't want to get in these guys' way. And so the hunters respect them and they follow the rules because, man, will they ever get hammered if they don't? So the ministry doesn't have to be out on patrol constantly to affect change in hunters' behavior. Thanks.
Councillor Sharp, you want your motion to refer back to staff. What's the staff's direction?
The direction would be to bring back a change to the Lake Ontario boundaries.
So add
And
lands and waters back in.
Yeah, whichever ways. I mean, I don't have any specific knowledge of how to write the bylaw, but to do something to the effect of including a Lake Ontario shoreline and changing the bows in the West End.
The lands and waters.
However it comes from staff, we could amend it or change it to our liking when we actually vote on it. I'm sorry, I'm way over my time limit. Thank you for allowing me. Hi, Laura, if you're still here.
So I have a referral motion by Councillor Sharp. Do we have a seconder? Or do you want me to read it first and then we'll see if we get a seconder?
Second it.
Okay, Councillor Ritchie. Moved by Councillor Sharp, second by Councillor Ritchie. Resolved that report BYL 22-02 be referred back to staff to bring forward further information regards to bows on the west end and adding lands and waters to the bylaw.
Sorry, for clarification, Mayor, is it removing bows from the west end, removing permitted bow hunting areas? Is that the intent?
Yes.
Yeah, that was my intent.
Is everyone clear on that? All right, recorded vote, I guess.
Councillor Bothwell,
Yes.
Councillor Dunstall,
Yes.
Councillor Frake,
Yes.
Councillor Catwell,
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie,
Yes.
Councillor Sharp,
Yes.
Councillor Vane,
Yes.
Councillor Vardy,
No.
Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
that's carried.
So now with this resolution. All right, up next, we have Councillor Bothwell's firearms bylaw amendment. Councillor Bothwell, or do you want to speak on that first, since you brought it forward?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. That was my point in raising the issue that a staff report was provided prior to my resolution, which to me is inappropriate. I should have had the opportunity to speak to my resolution and have that discussion. And then like a staff report, had it been requested, should have come at a future meeting. So this kind of preempted my resolution, which I think we have to be, that order of the sequence. It just kind of makes my motion now a moot point. I did provide the clerk with a amended motion, which was to extend to all of Lake Ontario. And again, hearing the delegations tonight, that's a critical piece that I think Councillor Sharp did address it in the referral motion. So I hope to see that come back with some clarification on all lands and waters to extend to Lake Ontario. And I appreciate that we'll be reviewing the bylaw further to look at the potential permitted boundaries for bow hunting below the escarpment that may need to be amended and revised as well. I think that's great that it's coming back for that further discussion. I do want to state that, I had quite a number of residents contact me as well. I am concerned that there are serious gaps in the bylaw as it's written still, where the removal of the 150-meter buffer from a public park, private park, and a public open space, which was removed in the new bylaw, it raises the concern with those hikers that are using those recreational trails, like the Bruce Trail, the Dofasco Trail, as well as unopened road allowances. And I think that those are issues that we also have to address. So I would hope that that comes forward and is a concern that we can address when the bylaw comes back with those amendments. I also want to note that we have to listen to what the voice of our community and our residents, and public safety doesn't have to be absolutely proven. It's our responsibility to proactively put in place those policies and be responsive to those concerns. So I think because we've already had the referral motion for staff, I'm going to withdraw this motion, understanding that it is going to come back to council for further discussion with potential wording on the inclusion of all lands and waters. So I'm going to withdraw my motion for this evening because it's already basically been covered through the referral motion.
All right, your wishes are respected. The motion is withdrawn. Now we move to number 11,
Wait,
correspondence.
wait. I have my hand up.
Yeah, the motion was withdrawn, so there's no further discussion.
Well, I'd
on
like
it.
to put a motion on the table.
Well, if it's concerning the firearms, we've given direction to bring it back, to defer it to the next council meeting. So
Okay, well, then I'd like
that's-
to put an emergency motion on the table because I don't believe that the action that we've just taken addresses the serious concerns that residents have, particularly with respect to use of firearms on hiking trails and close to hiking trails. And I think what we really need to do, the other is go back to the drawing board. This particular bylaw that stands right now is deeply flawed. And
Point of order, Mayor Jordan?
can I please?
No, not right
Don't
now.
interrupt
This is a
me.
point of order that
Do
you
not
can address.
interrupt me.
Councillor Ritchie, I've just had notice from the clerk that an emergency resolution can be brought forward. We just need 2/3 to approve it.
That's
So-
right, before we discuss it.
Hey, please
Thank you.
don't interrupt me. Please
You
don't
need to put a
interrupt.
motion on the floor, and we need to
Please
address.
don't
whether we can approve it.
interrupt me,
I
Councillor.
didn't interrupt
Ritchie.
you. I talked
You
to.
are
the
Councillor
mayor.
Vardy and Councillor Ritchie, what's your, Councillor Vardy, what's your emergency resolution that you're putting on the floor?
My emergency resolution is that we rescind this bylaw tonight and go back to the previous version, which I think is, hang on a second here. Okay, that we go back to 2062, which is what we had last year, so that we do have a bylaw in place. There's something recent in place that we had all had agreed to at one point. And then do the right public consultation. You know, we've had the public come forward. They
Point of
have.
order,
a
Mayor
meeting-
Jordan.
they
It's
have
not for
a
discussion
meeting.
until we have a
Will you
vote.
stop it, please?
Then,
Stop
well,
it.
respectfully.
Councillor Vardy, we have an emergency resolution.
And I'm trying to present it.
Resolved
but I
that
keep
bylaw
getting
21,
interrupted.
resolved that bylaw 2186 be rescinded and revert back to bylaw 2062. And this requires 2/3. Is there a second?
And also,
Mayor,
Mayor, if I may, the motion also asks that we do public consultation, which we did not do with this most recent version of the bylaw. So that we undertake a public consultation, we respect what the people who've come forward, and we still have a bylaw in place while we make this study. But in the meantime,
Point
you
of
know,
order, Mayor Jordan, we had
put a
lots of
halt
public
to what
consultation
is-
on the new bylaw. That's false information.
Okay, oh, you stop it. Stop
false.
it now.
It
I'm
is
sorry.
Party.
Can we stop the cross talk?
Mayor, Mayor Jordan,
so
can you
we have a-
please exercise your authority
we
and
have a
ask them to
seconder.
stop
Councilor Vardy, you're
it?
giving false information.
I'll second it, but can I just add to the emergency of this? We have another deadline coming up soon, where it's going to be open season on geese. Is this probably will be an emergency bylaw request?
Yeah.
Because if we don't get something in place now, we're going to see geese falling.
Just a
out.
point of clarification, Councillor Frakes, that the goose season is February 27th to March 6th, I believe.
Seven.
Just want to make sure
Okay,
that.
March
we have to
7th.
be in place
So
to
we
prevent-
will have ample time, but
It's 7.
we have a mover and a seconder for the emergency bylaw, moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that a resolution be introduced for bylaw 2186 to be rescinded and revert back to bylaw 2062 and have a public consultation. Recorded vote.
Mayor, what is bylaw 2062 for clarification? Because I can't remember what that was.
That's the
What's it entitled?
prohibition, no hunting allowed in any of the municipality or lands or water.
Okay, does that also include crossbows?
Yes, it includes crossbows. I think it has a long line of things it includes.
Yeah, slingshots, paintball guns, airsoft gun. It was like you couldn't.
Okay.
That's one we already repealed
That's
one.
enough.
We already
Okay,
repealed
thank
it
you.
once.
Recorded vote, Counselor Bothwell,
Yes.
Counselor Dunstall,
Yes.
Counselor Frake,
Yes.
Counselor Cowell,
Yes.
Counselor Ritchie,
No.
Counselor Sharp,
No.
Counselor Vane,
No.
Counselor Vardy,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
That's carried.
All right. So that we achieved 2/3. So we introduced the resolution. So now we can actually vote on it to rescind it. Is that correct? All right. So Councillor Ritchie, you want to comment?
Mayor, it's 11:01.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I'd like to sit there and as you had pointed out, that there is no emergency. Hunting doesn't start till the end of February. So doing policy on the fly here, no good policy comes from policy on the fly. We have time to allow Councillor Sharp's motion to ask staff for more information and do this right. Just going back and starting from scratch one after we've had multiple public consultations, and it was and I might ask the clerk, was it not advertised in all of the functions, everything like properly for public consultations? When people say there's no public consultations, I sat in several of those meetings where there's public consultation. Several. So when we talk about there's no public consultation, we did have public consultation and lots of it. So that, to me, that's false information. And I do not see the reason for this to be such an emergency when we have time between now and the end of February. Thank you.
Just a point of clarification, given the number of delegations we had tonight, obviously our amount of public consultation wasn't sufficient.
It was the best we could do.
So I have the resolution on the floor, moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor Frake, resolved that Committee of the Whole meeting extend beyond 11. All in favor? All right, the meeting is extended. Moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor Frake, resolved that bylaw 2186 be rescinded and revert back to bylaw 2162 and have a further public consultation. Councillor Frake?
Mayor Jordan, yes, I'm glad, I'm really thrilled that Councillor Vardy brought this forward. Yes, we only have another month approximately before the next season opens. So it's a very short window, and I think we need to really address this now at the next meeting. At the public forums that we had, I don't think the public really understood where this was going to go as they did tonight, and I believe that the bylaw ended up being a little bit different than what the public expected it to be. I don't think they expected the lake to be included in the hunting during their consultations and when the bylaw was written. That's obvious, because now you see, because the lake was included before and all of a sudden was taken out. I don't know why, but it was. So I think we need to get this thing sorted now, and I believe the faster that we heard the residents tonight. I mean, it's very clear what they want and their fear. This is a residential community. This isn't a wilderness where you can come with your guns and your bows and start shooting animals all over the place when there's walking trails and the lake is there with the beaches. And there's, that's not what you do in a small community like Grimsby. This is not 100 years ago. This is today, 2022. It's a little different. We're growing all the time. This bylaw is going to be there for a while if we put it in place. So, and as we grow and more people come to Grimsby and settle in different places here, they're going to be threatened by this bylaw and what it includes. So let's do it now. Let's do it right now for the future as well, not just for now, but for future generations as well. So, I mean, like, let's take a little bit of a sanity check here. Do we want people coming to town with their bows and arrows and their guns shooting the animals in this area in a residential community, which is growing? Let's consider that when we make our votes, because I think it's really, really important. This is not a wilderness. It just isn't. If you want to go hunting, look up the word hunting in the dictionary and you see what it is. This is not hunting. This is someone going out there who wants to shoot things. And you can't say that they're shooting these animals because they want to feed their kids. That's ridiculous. I see Councillor Sharp laughing. It's not funny.
It's actually the definition of hunting.
Yes, look it up in the dictionary. Hunting is not what they do here. Going out in the lake in a boat with a guide, showing them where the ducks are, and then say, here, there's a duck, go shoot him. Come on. Hunting. It's not hunting.
Mm-hmm.
Look it up. Anyways, I'm not sparring with you, Councillor Sharp, so leave it alone. Anyways, thank you, Mayor. I think I've said enough.
Councillor Vardy.
I think when we passed this bylaw, this most recent one on the books, there were a lot of unintended consequences that many councillors, certainly myself, did not realize. We've had significant people come forward, significant number, including one woman who had a petition of 365 names. We can't ignore this, and we can't ignore the immediacy of this. And my understanding, I thought that goose hunting started February 7th. So, regardless, what we need to do is to give us some time for some sober second thought, put a halt to this bylaw, go back to the one that says no hunting for now. And that'll give us time to consult with people who have been affected by the changes that we made and changes that we made quite possibly inadvertently, and give us an opportunity to correct this. Give us an opportunity to talk to people, because obviously if they felt they'd been consulted, we would have heard a lot more of this before, but we're only getting it now. But now that the problem has been brought to our attention, let's do something about it. Let's be proactive. Let's go back to the 2062 and then let's get it right. Give ourselves the time. We've got something in place that we all agreed to, a year and a half ago. So let's give ourselves the time to get it right, talk to people, and then move forward. People are very, very concerned. So because of that, there is an immediacy to this. So let's, and I think probably what scares me the most is some of the hunting near the trails. Like that does kind of frighten me. I've also heard from people on the mountain who are saying that people are putting up deer blinds on their private property. So what happens if you're walking out in the back of your property and somebody shoots you who shouldn't even be on your property? So I've got a lot of concerns, and I think we as councillors owe it to our residents to listen and try to do something about it. And that's what my emergency motion is about. Thank you.
Councillor Sharp.
Thanks, Mayor Jordan. I just want to talk about that. So this bylaw 2062, in sometime around October 2020, there was a resident who was an archer who was shooting at a target in his backyard with a bow, and someone came to complain to the town, and we ended up passing a bylaw, this 2062, and it didn't allow bows or slingshots or paintball guns or pellet guns. It was really restrictive, and we actually passed that bylaw on the night. I voted against it. I was the only one who voted against it, and later we were approached by residents, farmers, people that were hunters, and they also represented by this Ontario Federation of Anglers and Hunters. But and we repealed that bylaw. We've already had a crack. This bylaw that they want to revert to, so we passed that bylaw in October 2020, and then the public came to us and we repealed that bylaw back to the 1976 bylaw. But then we spent like a year going through public consultations. We advertised on our website. I'm pretty sure we advertised in the newspaper. We had at least 2 open houses that I attended. And so there's been plenty of public consultation. But just to go back to my point, this bylaw that they want to go to, we already did that once. We already, we implemented this bylaw and then we repealed it. And so Councillor Cadwell and the rest of my colleagues, like, this is the one that we did this. We passed this bylaw and we got hammered with emails from farmers and hunters and wildlife management people that said, like, you can't pass this bylaw, and we repealed it already. And so now we're going to just go back to it. It's like we spent a year and a bunch of staff resources formulating this bylaw currently, and we're going to make changes to Lake Ontario and we're going to make changes to the West End, and that is happening. And so in my opinion, I think that we need to not keep flipping back and forth on our bylaws. It's bad policy making. Thank you.
Councillor Cadwell.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not against hunting. I think because I reached out to a lot of our neighboring municipalities, and they do have hunting bylaws too in their rural areas. I do have some concerns, obviously, with on the lake. When I first heard about that, I was quite disturbed. I don't agree with that at all. Our bylaw that we have in place now, I supported it, and now I'm listening to the delegations, reading emails, and that. And I do have some concerns on the yellow at the base of the escarpment, which allows crossbows and that. So I look forward to getting a report with staff and working with staff, and also engaging with the public a little bit too. You know, I think maybe even the bow hunting should be only on the escarpment too. So that's just my own personal opinion right now. And that, so to go back to the existing bylaw of 2062, I'm not 100% sure about doing that either, because we did ask for the existing bylaw to go back to staff, and hopefully it'll come at I know it's a lot of work for staff, and with all due respect to staff, I hope we can have a discussion on this on our next meeting in February, our first meeting in February, which I believe is the 7th or the 4th, whatever. But yeah, I think that's ample time to give staff. It's going to have to be prioritized with staff, obviously, because they are very busy in that. So yeah, those are just my comments for now.
Councillor Frank.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. At the expense of repeating myself. Anyways, the one thing we didn't include, I'm not sure if this should be included in the bylaw or not, and that is the right for farmers or landowners to protect their crops and their livestock and that type of thing. Is that part of this bylaw or not, Henry?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, that is a part of this bylaw.
Okay, I don't think we should exclude them from this.
Just a point of clarification. It supersedes any bylaw. The right of farmers to protect livestock and crops is overriding of any bylaw.
Okay, well, that's good to know. Thank you very much for that.
As far as I know, being a member of Ontario Federation of Agriculture.
Anyways, as I said, in relation to what Councillor Cadwell said, there's the Bruce Trail runs along the edge of the escarpment. It's a very busy busy hiking trail. Do we want to have people shooting crossbows and guns or whatever it might be up and down the escarpment or across the top of the escarpment when someone is walking along this Bruce Trail, which is famous worldwide, and people come from all over the world to walk that trail? And, you know, I mean, so we have to be very careful here. I just think that hunting in Grimsby in its entirety should be banned, because this is a residential town and it's getting busier, and it's more and more people moving here all the time. And, you know, that's going to include the escarpment. At some point in time, you're going to see more people moving out that way because we're running out of space down here. So we need to have this bylaw in place for future generations, not just now. So let's make it right now. There is no need for a hunter or anyone to come into Grimsby to hunt birds or any other kind of animal. If they want to go hunting, go somewhere where they can hunt. If you're a hunter, go hunt, do it properly. I mean, this is not the place where you come to where you can just go shooting birds like shooting fish in a barrel. It's ridiculous. And they call it hunting? No, I don't think so. And it's unsafe. And it's disturbing. Not only is it unsafe, it's disturbing people's peace that they should be able to enjoy their property and their time in their backyards and so on and so forth, and taking their kids to the parks. They should be able to enjoy that without having to listen to gunfire and watching people pull their boats in with a load of dead ducks. This is not a community for this type of thing. Sorry, I know I'm repeating myself a little bit, but I just want to reiterate that. And it's really important that we consider these things when we look at this bylaw. And the faster we put it in place, the better. Thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Sharp.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Jordan. So I've made a resolution to refer this to staff. They're going to do it as a priority. They're going to bring it back to our next council meeting. We are going to deal with the Lake Ontario and with the West End. So this is already done. It's not a current hunting season in either of those areas. So it's the emergency nature. I mean, it's easy to get people going. Like, you know, this is an emergency for safety, whatever. It's not a hunting season for any of those areas. So like, we're not going to see it in the next week or so. So we want to revert to a bylaw that we already have repealed. We've tried it once. We got feedback. We repealed it once. Now we're going to go back to it like for some false emergency. It's not hunting season. There is no hunting going on. I made a resolution, and we don't need to pass this today to affect the change that we intend to change. And what we'll actually do is overcomplicate. We're just adding another step. Like, we're going to change to a bylaw that we've already repealed in order to somehow prevent an emergency that won't happen during a period when we're going to amend our current bylaw to make these changes that the residents have brought to us. So I'm asking the council to just stick with the resolution that we've already passed, and that this emergency resolution is not called for. Thank you.
Can I call the question, Mayor? We can vote on.
We don't have any further speakers, so I'll just read the resolution. Moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that bylaw 2186 be rescinded and revert back to bylaw 2062 and have further public consultation. Recorded vote.
Councillor Bothwell,
Yes.
Councillor Dunstall,
Yes.
Councillor Frake,
Yes.
Councillor Caldwell,
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie,
No.
Councillor Sharp,
No.
Councillor Vane,
No, I think it's the wrong move, but no.
Councillor Vardy,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
that's carried.
All right, now we're moving to correspondence. Need a mover and seconder for the resolution from Honorable Minister Steve Clark. Moved by Councillor Bothwell. Seconder, Councillor Sharp. Moved by Councillor Bothwell, second by Councillor Sharp. Resolved that the following correspondence items be received. Letter from the Honorable Minister Steve Clark, heads of 61, heads of council regulations for Bill 276 and Bill 13. All in favor? That's carried. All right, next meeting of the Committee of the Whole is scheduled for February 7th, 2022 at 6:30 p.m. This meeting is adjourned. We'll be back for council at
Mayor, can I make a suggestion? And we agreed at one of our meetings that after 11 o'clock, we would just defer everything we would defer any other business till the next meeting.
well,
I'm
we
suggesting-
passed a
20
resolution.
Not 20 past 11. That was for Committee of the Whole.
Yeah, so council clarification.
I'm sitting here for 5 hours, 5.5 hours, like everybody else. The
I
blood
would-
circulation in my legs are beginning to.
I will second that we don't continue with council this evening.
And we're all
Alright, so-
tired. We're all
so-
tired. We're all tired, and I think we've got a lot of important things on the council agenda as well, and some of them are probably going to be controversial from what I can see. And we might be here till 2 o'clock in the morning.
Okay, procedurally, what we're going to do is we're going to adjourn this meeting, open up council meeting right away, and then not proceed with the council meeting. Is that correct, Clerk?
Well, you have to have a vote.
We need a vote.
Yeah,
on-
we'll vote. We'll vote
That's
to
not-
whether we
Whether
proceed
you
or
don't
not.
proceed or not, that's right.
Yes, I realize we have to vote. All right, so this meeting is adjourned. Good night.
We're back.
Usually we have at least a 5-minute break to do this.
Can we take a 5-minute recess?
I'd like to call the council meeting of Wednesday, January 19th, 2022 to order. And Councilor Frick, you have a resolution?
Mr. Mayor, I got my hand up.
All right, Councilor Bain.
I'm going to oppose any opportunity to defer this. We're only taking hours to another night, so it's just going to be another night of long hours. Let's get it over and done with. Let's get the business done with. We don't want to keep coming back on this unless we're having a special meeting this week.
So we have a motion to adjourn on the floor, moved by Councilor Frick, second by Councilor Barty.
Point of order, Mayor Jordan, I think you'd have to put a motion to extend, and if it's defeated, then you are adjourned. Procedurally.
Do we not already have a motion to extend though, Councilor Ritchie? I thought that's what we approved earlier.
Perhaps we could hear from the clerk and not council.
Well, I'm speaking to Councilor Ritchie, so if you want to.
Well, why don't you and Councilor Ritchie have a side meeting?
Maybe we
Why
should.
don't you stop interrupting?
Why don't you follow the procedures?
All
That's
right.
what you're doing, you're interrupting.
Why don't you follow
Can
the
we stop the crosstalk? The clerk is figuring this out right now. Thank you.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, there can be a motion to adjourn, and a motion to adjourn a meeting can be called at any time. So I think Councillor Frick was putting a motion to adjourn unless I'm incorrect.
That is correct. Thank you.
All right, the clerk's preparing the motion to adjourn. Just be a second. Moved by Councillor Frick, second by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that the council meeting of January 19th, 2022 be adjourned. Recorded vote.
No discussion.
Discussion, Mayor.
Yeah, I'd like to know when we're going to have this meeting again. Is there a special meeting or what's going on?
Let's pick a date.
You can add that to my
Yeah.
adjournment.
Does someone have a date?
Friday.
How about Friday morning?
Seven a.m.?
Works for me.
No,
Works for
I'm
me.
not available then.
Works for me.
I'm sorry, but I'm not available then. I'd ask if you could respect my schedule as well.
Friday evening with COVID, I don't think anybody's going out to restaurants or anything.
Yep, so we have Friday evening at 5 p.m.
Okay.
Mover and seconder, okay with that? All
Fine.
right, I have,
Can we separate that? Because I don't want to adjourn either right now. I think it's still a little early, but so we can separate those two motions, please.
Good. We have a motion on the table, do we not, Mayor?
yeah, it's all together as one motion, so. All right, I'll just read the motion. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that council meeting of January 19th, 2022 be adjourned to Friday, January 21st, 2022 at 5 p.m. Recorded vote?
Counselor Bothwell,
Yes.
Counselor Dunstall,
Yes.
Counselor Frake,
Yes.
Counselor Cadwell,
Yes.
Counselor Ritchie,
No.
Counselor Sharp,
No.
Counselor Vane,
No.
Counselor Vardy,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
That's carried. Just need the confirming.
All right. We're just working on the confirming bylaw. Need a mover and seconder for the confirming bylaw? Councillor Frake, Councillor Bothwell. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Bothwell. Resolved that leave be given to introduce bylaw 22-01 and that same be read a first time. All in favor? That's carried. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Bothwell. Resolved that leave be given to introduce bylaw 22-01 read a first time, now read a second and third time, and finally passed, and the mayor and town clerk do sign and seal the same and rule council to the contrary notwithstanding. All in favor? That's carried. Meeting is adjourned. Good night, everyone. Thank you.